Welcome back, everybody, to the cafe. It's wonderful to be back here with you guys tonight. And I want to thank you all for joining us tonight as we're looking into and catching up with, giving a recap on the Delphi trial since it's not being broadcast. Time to catch up with it, folks, and see what's been going on over there in Indiana with Mr. Richard Allen. I appreciate you all joining me so much tonight. Please share this out if you would, and hit that like button when you come through the door if you can remember to. It is so very much appreciated, folks. As I always say, let's get this show on the road. Hello, all you meatballs, and welcome back to the cafe tonight. Thank you so much for joining us as we look into the Delphi, Indiana trial with Richard Allen and try to catch up on what has been going on. Guys, I feel like I haven't covered a true crime case in so long with the morning show and the trials we had. It's been a minute, guys. I'm to catch up on figure out how to do this again. It's been a minute. It's been a minute since we've done like one of our normal shows. It really has been. So here we are, and we're going to do it, guys. I'm going to try to catch up on a compilation of different things to try to make things make sense. This trial is a mess. It has been a mess. The entire investigation's been a mess. The entire scenario has been a mess from day one. So it's a mess. It's just, I can't even state that enough. It is a huge mess. So I really appreciate you guys being here with us tonight for this. So, I don't know. I did give Mom a link in case she was interested in joining me, because God knows I don't like doing this alone. I always enjoy having company up here. Mama Bear said she would earlier, but might be able to earlier, but it might be too late now. Either way. It would be wonderful. So let's see. Let's see. Come on in, guys. Get comfortable, grab a seat, and make yourselves at home, if you will, please. I appreciate it so very much. Come on. Everybody, thank you so much for being here today. Guys, again, please share this out, if you will, to anybody you think would be interested in wanting to jump in here with us tonight. And hit that like button when you come to the door. It just takes a matter of a second, and it doesn't cost a cent. It is so very much appreciated, guys. Thank you so much for that. Thank you, guys, for those of you that tuned in for the morning show today. You guys are amazing and are so very appreciated as well for that. Doodle and I both appreciate you so much, as well as Arctic, and it is always a good time in the morning. So please make sure to tune in for Meatballs in the Morning and wake up with us, guys, because there's no better way to start your day, in my opinion. Especially not with all you awesome people. Let me see here. Let me see. So who do we have so far? Looks like Leslie and Billy's back in the house tonight. Tomboy Charm Wonderful to see you, Mark and Betty. Welcome back from over the pond. Great to have you in the house. Steven's Adventure. Wonderful to see you, my friend. Miss Sherry Wisdom Speaks in the house again. Wonderful to have you back. Alicia J. Always wonderful to see you, dear. Thank you for being here tonight. Mikey's in the house. Good to see you, brother. Noel, hello and welcome. Thank you for joining us tonight. Miss Sherry, of course, I've seen you twice. Sorry. Brutally honest. Welcome back to you. Great to have you here. There is our Doodlebug, A4RC. Wonderful to see you, Doodle. Thank you so much for joining us tonight again. Stormy Sherry's in the house. Welcome back, Stormy. Good to have you here. As always, it's a pleasure with all of you. North Carolina Mountain Man's in the house tonight, guys. Says, what's up, Diego? Good to see everybody. Got hammered by Helene and been offline. I'm so happy to see you, brother, and was worried about you there for a minute. I'm glad you're okay. It's wonderful to see you in here tonight. Thank you so much for joining us, brother. I hope things are getting better for you. Definitely. I know that was a mess and it was just a horrible situation. So I'm glad to hear from you. Wonderful to see you in here tonight, sir. Come on in, everybody. And anybody, please share this out again to anybody you think would be interested in going over this with us tonight. It is so very much appreciated, guys.
Dad, did you make something?
Let's see here. All right. We don't have any other mods with. Wow. I'm lost. I don't even know what you guys are talking about over here. Did I miss something? The mod that starts with an A, I thought. I don't even know. I'm lost. I don't know. I don't know what you guys are talking about, but I have not seen Brian in a minute. Miss Paula has been very very busy, brutally, working and handling family stuff. But yes, I've spoken to her. She's doing okay. Again, wonderful to see you all tonight, and I appreciate you so very much. Sage, you let someone take over one night? Are you talking about me, Noel? No. No, hon, I have not. No. I do a morning show with Doodlebug. I have no idea what you guys are talking about here. I am completely lost. If somebody could inform me, I could probably answer you better, Noel. I'm sorry, hon. It was late at night after the clue thing. I don't think I've had anybody ever come in here and take over anything. Welcome, Miss Zelda. Good to see you tonight. Oh, I see what you're talking about, Noel. No, that she's no longer here with us. Thank you, Tomboy. Now that whatever that was, I don't know, but no, she's no longer around. No worries, Noel. No, it's me and the same old crew we had, doing what we do. I haven't been able to get in here and do our normal shows and like we were because we're running a morning show and then there was 2 trials going on that we were trying to cover to get through that, which was very like a lot. It's okay, Noel. You're not losing it. I promise. You're good. And I'm trying to get back to what the regular shows like we were too. So it's been busy. That's all. I've had a lot going on out here in the real world too. So I was very confused for a minute though. So my apologies. My apologies for misunderstanding you, dear. I do want to thank you for being here tonight. I really appreciate that. Oh wow, bro! I thought I was early. I thought we were early birds with the tree thing, but I guess you got me beat now. Come on in, everybody, if you would please share this out. 18 peeps in here, 16 likes. We're getting there. Let's see here. And sorry if anybody was already in here, and I sent you an extra message letting you know I've had issues with people not getting notifications because of some things that were going on, technical issues, and not getting notified. So I was just sending out extra heads up to everybody. So I'm sorry. I'm not trying to stalk you guys. I promise you. I'm just giving you the heads up. That's all, just in case you're not getting it. Um, let's see here. All right. You're fine, Noelle. You're absolutely fine, hun. I don't know what you guys are talking about now. SRB and Tomboy. I'm lost. It's okay. I stay lost. It's no big deal. No big deal. Come on. I'm just trying to give everybody a chance, a few more people to jump in here if they want to. That way we won't have to start at the beginning and we'll get rolling. Again, like I said, guys, I'm trying to do a bit of a recap on the DELPHI trial, being that it's not being televised or broadcast anywhere. Judge Gall decided she didn't want anybody in there doing or knowing anything. That's good to hear, Stephen. That means I'm somewhat still kind of in that algorithm. But maybe not as much. Miss Crystal, it's wonderful to see you tonight. Thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate you very much. Yes, that was something we did. I remember hearing about that. There's been a lot of crazy things going on in this case. I mean, a whole lot. Got you, SRB. Tomboy, you got him too, Stormy. That's wonderful. Well, it's good to know that then. Maybe I'm not as out of the algorithm as I thought I was. Man, I don't know who knows what's going on then. Mark and Betty said got notifications for this one, but not getting them for a while. See, YouTube is such a mess right now. It's making things hard for us as creators. It really is. So I don't know. Tomboy question, my dear. You said a name the other day, and I already had that name in my head for a person that has really been covering this a lot. I know who she is, but for some reason, because I'm an idiot, that name slipped my mind again. Can you give me the name again of the woman that has been covering the DELPHI stuff we were talking about the other night? Victoria Burgess, welcome back, dear. Good to see you tonight. Jesus, thank you so much, Tomboy. How did I lose that? God, I'm such a doofball. Thank you, Tomboy. Billy Chew's in the house. Welcome back, Billy. Wonderful to see you tonight. Thank you to all the meatballs for jumping in here with us as we try to spill a little bit of sauce tonight in this DELPHI trial. There's a lot of little different things we're going to be looking at tonight. It's going to take a little while. So I hope you guys are here for it. Oh, really? Andrea Burkhart's Cassie's neighbor. Wow, that's cool. That's really cool, actually. Yeah, she's really good too with what she does. And being that the trial's about done now, Kennewick, gotcha. Stan Man's in the house. Welcome, Stan Man. Wonderful to see you tonight. Maker's Box. Welcome back to you. Wonderful to see you as well. So yeah, we're gonna be bouncing around through a bunch of different things with this to try to get an understanding of what's been going on. But I'm telling you guys, at the very least, this is a huge mess. It's been a huge mess. It stayed a huge mess, and I thought maybe the trial would clean it up or clear it up. No, not even close. It's gotten worse, I think, in my opinion, as far as the messiness of it. So yeah, Cherry's in the house. Welcome tonight, dear. Good to see you. Wonderful to have you here. I hope you're having a great night. This is gonna be probably disorganized for me, guys, because I had to put this together quick. But I'm gonna try to make as much sense as we can. I did get that, Tomboy. Thank you, dear. Mystic Butterfly, welcome. Lazy Limbo, welcome. Nita P, welcome to you. It is wonderful to see you all in here tonight. Thank you so much for joining us. God bless. I hope you're all having a wonderful night tonight. Jolly Molly. Good golly. We got another Molly in the house. It's awesome to see you tonight, Jolly. Wonderful to see you all here. Thank you so much. Just a little bit longer, folks. Pigtails and Premenopausals in the house. Good to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. Oh my God, at Pigtails. Yes, it's a great name. I love it. Miss Barbara Hall's in the house. Welcome, Miss Barb. Wonderful to see you tonight, dear. I hope you're having a wonderful weekend. And thank you so very much for joining us tonight. I hope you're all staying warm because it's gotten cold, folks. It's chilly, chilly, chilly. Very chilly. Absolutely. Peace and safety for everyone next week. Thank you, Mountain Man. That's same to you, brother. Same to you. So, welcome everybody. I wanted to ask you guys, since you guys are pretty much here every time I'm live, is there anything that you, besides our morning show, moving on to what we do in the evenings or afternoons, is there anything you guys, you, the community, you, the family, you, the people, want to see covered particularly or deeply or just at all in general? I want to know what you guys want to be talking about, be looking at, be looking into. Now, I will give you a heads up before you say anything real quick. I'm going to be doing a series on going back to the very beginning of Summer Wells. We're going to bring that back to the surface, heat it back up because it's definitely a cold case, and roll through that whole thing from the beginning like it just happened. So that's one thing I'll tell you right out of the gate we're going to be doing here soon. But besides that, is there anything else you guys would want to be talking about in the true crime area that we could be doing that you guys are interested in? That's what's important to me. I wear shorts even when it's chilly. Welcome, Bonnie Bailey. Wonderful to see you tonight, dear. Hope you're all having a good weekend, a great weekend, Saturday night. "36 people in here, 33 likes. We are getting there. Welcome, welcome, everybody. It's wonderful to have you here tonight. Ray Baldick, welcome back, dear. Can you guys hear me okay? I think I'm going to run a poll. I'm just curious. I am curious. I did say something, Mike. I did. If you can't hear me, I said, is there anything in here that you guys personally would like for us to cover specifically? Any cases that you want us to jump all over or multiple things like that? I already have that written down, Mark and Betty. We're going to be looking into UK cases for sure. I've already started doing some research. So that's one thing I got handled, and I got the Summerwell situation in my book. But other than that, was there anything else that you guys want us to be looking at as far as cases? Well, we're gonna do that, SRB. That's fine. Taylor's in the house. Good to see you. I meant like specifically within true crime cases. Um, but yeah, we're gonna do that kind of stuff too. I got that word game and everything we're gonna be playing. But case wise, in the true crime genre, is there anything you guys want us to be looking at as far as current cases, cold cases, new cases, old cases, specific cases, anything like that? I would love to hear your guys' side of it because this is for you, by you guys. So that's what it's all about to me. Oh, you're a funny guy, Mikey. Okay, good point there, Alicia. We did talk about that a little bit. Thank you for reminding me. Need to write that. I did read into that one, but I need to write that down. Doodlebug, good point. And I planned on doing. We're definitely doing summer, and I planned on doing something on Menendez. Miller. Micah Miller. You want me to go back to Micah Miller? Okay. Speaking of which, the John Paul's house was raided yesterday. I think it was. I showed a little bit of it by the FBI. So that was an interesting scenario. Welcome to the Blue Crew. Yes. Yeah, he was definitely raided yesterday, and I have a feeling within the next couple days there may be an arrest, you guys. I'm honestly thinking that. I was contacted back. I don't know if you guys remember the case that Arctic covered. Was a girl that went missing, and Arctic had her sister on panel, and I joined them not too long, about a week or so ago. And Mom, I dropped you a link in Discord, dear, if you're interested. I'd love to have you join me if you're feeling like it. Awesome. Thank you, Mom. Absolutely. Anything you guys want. It's I have plenty of stuff I could cover. That's not a problem. I just want to hear from what you guys want. So, what was I saying? I completely lost my train of thought there. Sorry, guys. Gone blank. Went blank. So much going through my head. I can't remember. I'll come back to it. No big deal. Let me see something here. All right. I think, yeah, I did. I dropped a link in the Discord, Mom. Oh, there's definitely way too many of the shootings. I agree with that one, Steven. Come on in, everybody. No problem, Mom. Take your time, dear. I feel like I haven't been here doing this in a year. It's crazy. It's crazy. I don't know, because the morning show changed some things up, which I enjoy it a lot. I love the morning show. I hope you guys are enjoying it for those of you that show up for it. But I need to do this, keep doing this as well. I got to get my scheduling better, but I've had so much going on here at home, guys. It's been nuts. So, Julia Potter. Okay. Thank you so much, Brutally. Awesome. I will definitely check it out. My Lord. My grandchild and my wife are watching Christmas movies. Even had a shooting at a Vancouver mall. Wow. They're happening so often now, Ray. It's crazy. Welcome, Captain Jenks. Good to see you tonight, my friend. Let's see. All right. All right. All right. All right. Great to have you here tonight, Taylor. Oh Lord, everybody's stuck. This YouTube thing is starting to become a problem. You'd think they'd have it fixed by now. And there's a lot of people having this problem, I found out. Didn't we just go over that not too long ago, Doodle? Gina Dawn, I thought we did. I thought maybe not. Maybe I did and just didn't do it live. That's probably the case. I've done that. Moon Lover, welcome back. Great to see you tonight. Yeah, that is no lie, Ray. I swore we did Gina Dawn, but maybe it was just that it was linked to other stuff, and I was looking at it that way. Who knows? I forget so much nowadays. You're probably right, Cap. It'll be fixed after the election. I don't doubt it. Mike said just click the thingy and change it. Yeah, you probably have to change it every time. There's been a lot of people that have been stuck in the top chat, Mike. It's some kind of a glitch that YouTube's had. Her and has just come up in the Missouri cases. Okay. Okay. I guess we'll have to look into that again then. Thank you, Doodle. Absolutely. By the way, Doodle, you're welcome to join me tonight too if you feel like it. If you want to, you're always welcome, just so you know. I think Mama Bear probably went to bed. This poor lady worked 6 days this week, guys. 6 days at a part-time job. It's not even right. Mike says he's been having the same problem. A lot of people have. It's crazy. Okay. Let me get this pulled up here. Make YouTube great again, yeah. MIGA. We all need to get MIGA hats. MIGA. Make YouTube great again. Maita. All right, let's see what we got here. Hi, AR. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us, sir. Hope you're having a good night and feeling good. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Very much. All right. Let me find sorry, folks. I'm just digging. I have a lot of stuff that was uploaded in here over the past 3 days that I'm basically just sorting through, trying to pick the best one to start with at this point. Plus, I had to move some other stuff out. Halloween is over. All right. So, let me find it now. I guess we'll go with. All right. Almost made my nurse have a heart attack when I played dead by pulling the heart monitor cord off and holding my breath. Dude, like, now what would have happened if she would have like passed on or something? That's crazy. It's funny, but like, you gotta be careful, bro. That's a trip, though. I get it. I hope you're doing better. I truly do. Um, I gotta catch. You need to send me an alert or something because I can't remember nothing, and I don't get notifications. Next time you're live, I'd love to join you or like come in at least and be there for it to support you. So please let me know next time you do it. And Mom's gonna be joining us here shortly when she's ready. That's too funny though, dude. That is too funny. Be careful doing that stuff. Um. All right. Of course. Oh yes. You. Okay. Sorry, Mom. I didn't see you. My apologies.
You're fine. You look like he was busy.
I'm a
I'm eating.
dunderhead.
I'm not turn my camera on yet.
Oh, you do what you got to do. Sorry about that.
No, don't be sorry. I'm just sitting here chilling
It's
on the
definitely
laptop.
funny.
I can see everybody.
Good stuff. Sorry about all the issues you've been having with everybody's having with YouTube. It's crazy.
Yeah, I've been on their ass every day on Twitter. They even went so far as to send me a DM, which I mean, it's not the first time I've talked to them on DM. And they said they're working on it, that they understand. And I told them, I said, it's really frustrating. It's not only
For a lot of
frustrating
people.
for me as a creator, but it's frustrating for the subs too, because you go into a chat and you can't see everybody. And then you got
Yeah.
people thinking that you're freaking ignoring them. And like,
Yep.
I mean, I had a whole fucking meltdown. Pardon my French. I had a whole meltdown in DMs with them because I try to be respectful and open Twitter when it comes to YouTube. You know what I mean?
Sure.
But I
Absolutely.
mean, I did. I've come unhinged. I was like, look, I sent you assholes a screenshot and everything else. Fix it.
Well, at some point, they demand us as creators to be. I mean, you see what I've gone through. They have their own demands with us is how we have to do things and be and talk and speak and content, this, that, and everything else. And if we don't, well, then we don't go forward with it. And little things like that are important to the subscribers and the community members. Like they should be on top of these things. For as much money as they're making off of us as creators, they should be on top of everything, in my opinion. So
Yeah, exactly. I post a couple of controversial videos and get into a heated back and forth with a dirtbag tragedy pimp, and I lose my monetization, which I don't really care. The monetization wasn't that's not the point, because anything that I made, I immediately took it back and donated it into billboards.
right.
That wasn't
I
the
get it.
point. The point was, you assholes didn't hurt me by taking away my monetization. Because, if I want to, I will drop my own donation links and you won't get shit out of them. So how
Yeah,
did that make
right.
any sense for YouTube?
That's it right there. Considering the percentage that they take from us to begin with, like for what they're making off of us, they're making more than that 47%. They're also making the money that they get from their advertisements and other things for their own self. So they're getting a mint off of this, and they can't do these little things to keep it running the right way. It's kind of ridiculous to me. I agree.
Yep. Yeah,
Thank
it
you,
is
Miss
ridiculous. And it's like, all y'all did was knock me out of the algorithm. I hope you're proud of yourselves.
Well, they
You
do that
horses'
to us.
asses. Where I was getting, 25, 30,000 views.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm lucky if I get 1,000.
Yeah, I know all about the algorithm thing. They've been smacking me back and forth in and out of the algorithm like crazy.
Yeah, it happens to me every few months. Just like in the past, 3 days, I dropped
Mm-hmm.
12 subs. And that's not a
So,
bot sweep. Like that's not
no,
a bot sweeps 3 or 4 subs. 12
no, they've
subs?
been
No,
that's
that's
been
not a bot sweep. That's your stupid system.
that's been happening for a while. Like I dropped 21. Doodle was dropping a bunch too. It was going left and it's back and forth like this, up and down, up and down, up and down. And we can't follow the numbers to know what's going on to do what we got to do. It's not a good thing. So congratulations,
Oh,
12 gauge. Welcome to the sauce. It's great to have you here. As always, sir, appreciate that. And thank you so much, Miss Zelda. God bless. We appreciate your graciousness and your generousness. Thank you so very much.
see, look, Doodle
Uh,
said she can't get 40 views in the past 3 days. See, that's what they're doing to everybody. They're screwing people over, and it's not fair, man.
she was good. She was getting 1,000 on her shorts and dropped from that to like 40. What the hell? That's not, no, that ain't normal. And my shit is already low. Okay. And it dropped even lower and it was just fine. It started to level out and everything toilet bowl again. And it's like, what are you guys doing? I know they
Yeah, I
don't
mean,
care if we succeed, but they should want us to, you know?
exactly. They should care that if we succeed or not. How do I go from getting 10,000 views on shorts to I think I've got one in there now with 140? How the hell does that make any sense?
It doesn't. That's what mine did. My shorts did the same thing. AR just said his channel crashed. He gets no views, 11,000 subs, 800 views. Not that's the same thing I've been going through for a while, AR. I got 10,000 subscribers and it just goes up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down. It doesn't make any sense to me. The views are a joke. So I don't know what they're doing. I don't know if they're trying to rebuild the platform, what they're trying to do, but you're screwing us up. And it's gonna in the
Yep.
long run, it's gonna end up hurting them. You know what I mean? So
Because people leave and go to other platforms. Like I have a Kick. I
I've been thinking
created a
about
Kick just as a backup plan. And don't think for a second I won't go over there.
I have been thinking about maybe jumping to a different platform just to see what happens. I've really been thinking about it. That or just leaving altogether because of the frustration it's been causing. But I don't want to do that because of the community that I have here, and I love these people, and that's why I haven't just because it's frustrating as all hell.
Right. Me and the old man were talking the other night and he was like, because I was in my studio and I was looking, I was like, this is bullshit. And
Mhm.
me and him were talking and he was like, well, can't you stream from Twitter? Well, yeah, you could stream from Twitter, but I shouldn't have to do that. I've built this community over here. A lot of people don't have Twitter. Why the hell should I
Right.
have to switch my whole platform because y'all can't get your shit together over here?
And not to mention, we still have to pay for the streaming services. We have to pay for this, that, and everything else to make it happen.
Yep.
It is ridiculous. It really is. That was funny, AR. Either way, I'm not planning on going anywhere because of this core group of people that are here every single day with me. I love these people, period. So, but damn it, like YouTube, there needs to be a break somewhere. Something needs to happen. You know what I mean? And I'm
I'm hoping
sorry, I'm
after
not
the
going to come in here and run on drama so that I get 16,000 viewers on here just because they want to see drama. I'm not doing that. I'm not going to swallow and flush my morals down the toilet just to do that. So it's not worth it to me. You know what I
Me
mean?
neither.
I was talking to Jesus Arctic about this morning about that. Do they have prisons that house old men in diapers riding their motorized walkers? That I don't know, my friend. I mean, it's an interesting question, but I don't know. I'm sorry, Mom. I feel like I cut you off. Did you say something?
I think that's the villages on the west side of Florida.
Yeah,
Just from
right.
what I've heard. Choose your bath foo very carefully.
Mm-hmm. YouTube has gone downhill in a bad way. I'll say that much. From 7 years ago when I started like watching it, it was a really good platform and it had the possibility of being very good for the creators and stuff. But even like the genres, the different platforms and the different genres have gotten all screwed up. There's so much drama out here too. That's something else. I mean, there should be laws against that. They have so many rules for everything else on YouTube. They should have rules for that, but they don't because it makes
No,
them money. That's why they don't.
I've been on here for what, 10 years altogether? I think this
Mhm.
channel I've had since 2017, but I did have a farm channel. And
Mhm.
it's just went to shit. I mean, it absolutely has. There's no way around it.
And you would think that they would do better because they do have other platforms to compete with now that people are jumping to, whether it be Kick or Twitch, Twitter. There's a couple other platforms that I've heard of recently that are doing well, that are, people want to go to get monetized too. The problem is they don't seem to, they think that they're the dominant one, which they probably are, and that nobody's going to go anywhere. Well, you can only push people so far before they're just over it. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. I love what I do here. It's just making it really hard for me to do it. There's so many things that I can't do. I got smacked twice because I'm just showing a damn news broadcast. That doesn't make sense to me. And I was running everything the right way. I always have, filtering things, running the banners, this, that, and everything else. Just saying. There's too many issues with it anymore, and it drives me nuts. So, what the hell are you guys talking about over here? Are you still here, Mom, or did I lose you?
I am. No, I'm here. I'm here. Hello, everyone in chat.
I posted some old racing videos 14 years ago. I can't get my name back. I went to see if they switched still up and YouTube monetize them. Oh, okay. That's right, Mikey. It's America. America, our wonderful country. Ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Okay. All right, let's get this rolling. You know what we're doing tonight, right, Mom?
DELPHI.
Yeah. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. I'm just trying to catch up on some stuff because they're not broadcasting this trial. And we've been busy with 2 other trials and everything else going on. I'm just trying to kind of do a recap and catch up with what's been going on here and there. So that's what we're doing. So I'm grateful to have you here. I'd love your input on certain things and so on and so forth. From what I've seen so far, it's a mess. I mean, it was a mess before the trial started, but it's just as bad now, if not worse. So, all right. Of course, I'm starting off with a Court TV Vinnie Politan situation, and we'll go from there into different. I have a bunch of different stuff mixed up in here, and we'll put together what we can out of it. So, thank you guys again for joining me tonight. I appreciate you very much. Again, guys, share this out if you will. Miss Cheryl's in the house. Wonderful to see you tonight, Miss Cheryl. Thank you for joining us. Thank you to those of you that have donated to the channel to support the channel. That means everything to me, guys. We don't ever expect you guys to do it. It is definitely helping us to keep the channel keep the channel going. Sorry, I can't talk tonight. It pays for the StreamYard, the internet service, and all that. So thank you for those of you that do that. God bless. Okay, I misread that. Hey, Ro, good to see you tonight, Ro. Thank you for joining us. All right, guys, let me know if there's any audio issues, please. Good golly, Molly's in the house tonight. Good to see you, Molly. And again, thank you, Miss Zelda, for that there. If anybody's interested in grabbing any of the awesome Cafe gear, please go check it out. There's some awesome stuff in there. Thank you so much for that link, Zelda. I think you guys will enjoy a lot of what's going on in there. Doodle's done a great job, and we're putting more and more together. So thank you again for that link, Zelda. Anybody that's interested, thank you again, Doodle, for that as well. And thank you to all of you for being here and supporting us the way you do. You guys are amazing. Much love to every one of you. Okay, off we go.
I'm Vinnie Politan. The subject of my investigation is the DELPHI murders. 2 young girls out for an innocent hike end up dead in a small Indiana town.
Just to give you a recap, give you a heads up, this is a little bit of a recap that rolls into what we're doing, and then we're going to bounce through the trial stuff here too.
Suspect has been arrested, but do investigators have the right man? Here's the story.
Before we go forward with this, Mom, I do want your opinion. What do you think? What are your feelings about Richard Allen being the suspect in custody with this?
So my opinion is not a popular one, but I'll give it to you. I
Oh
think
well, okay,
I do believe he was involved. Huh?
okay. No, I was gonna say it
I
doesn't
do
matter.
believe he was involved. 100%. I believe he was involved because he has too many details of what happened if he wasn't there. First of all. Second of
Mm-hmm.
all, I believe that the other person, at least one of the other people that was involved, is dead, and they didn't have a choice but to
Mm-hmm.
go after the one person that was left that they had some kind of lead towards. I
Mm-hmm.
believe that local law enforcement dropped the ball. I believe that
Mm-hmm.
every officer, official, etc., that was involved in this case should be fired and stripped of any kind of anything that they have to do with law enforcement. I don't think they should ever work for law enforcement again. I believe that they were egotistical assholes that needed to pull their head out of their hind end. Let the FBI come in. Let the FBI and Homeland and everybody help to do this. Even back then,
Mm-hmm.
cell phone pinging and all that wasn't what it is today, but it was still possible back then. And I believe if they would have put their freaking big girl panties on and put their egos behind them, that we wouldn't have waited 7 years to
Yeah,
see justice for these kids. That is my opinion. My 110% opinion. No, I don't think he's faking. I don't think he's faking with the psychosis shit. I believe
I don't think he
that
is either. He
that
was
was
given
something
medication.
that's something that I believe that he had, previous mental issues and stuff like that. And believe me, I'm not downplaying anybody with mental issues. I mean, everybody has their hard life, everybody has their different things going on. The drinking the toilet water and all the fun stuff that we're probably going to hear tonight, I believe that a lot of that was his lawyers. Look as crazy as you can. Because I don't
It
trust
could
those two
be.
as far as I could throw them.
It could be. It definitely
But
could be.
that's my opinion. Is I believe that every law enforcement officer that ever touched a file, a piece of evidence, even had an inkling thought of being a part of this, should be stripped and fired,
It's a good
and
point.
not physically stripped, but
I
from
do. I know what you mean. No, I
you
get. I
know.
know what
I mean, if you want to
you.
go
No,
that way with it, strip them, put them in the town square, and stone them like they used to back in the day, because that's what they deserve for what these families have been through.
right. I
Rant
agree.
over.
I've had issues with law enforcement through this area from this whole thing, and this whole area, in my opinion, I looked into this area a long time ago, back when I covered the Flora 4. Okay, now Flora is very close to Delphi. Like, in fact, when the Flora fire happened, Delphi was the first fire department to respond to that fire, even though Flora Fire Department was literally around the corner. Okay. And there's some stuff goes on in these towns that bothers me. It always has. So I have my own feelings about this scenario. So there's a lot to this, in my opinion, that's not seen or talked about for whatever reason. Small town justice and governments, whatever you call it, you call it what you call it. It is what it is. So there's some dark sides to this stuff, in my opinion, and I have feelings and opinions about certain things. I don't know about Richard Allen, guys. I have issues with Richard Allen because 6 years go by. This man is living and living like in the town of Delphi. There's posters up all over the place. Um, for 6 years, this man goes and works at the local pharmacy. He goes out and hangs out at local bars, does this, does that, so on and so forth. Nobody looked at him. And then all of a sudden, one day, boom, we have him. That's my first issue. First red flag with this. Second one was that they have him in custody. And he's the only one who did this on a bullet. Basically a bullet. They get him in custody. He's in there. The whole Odinism thing came out too. That's a big issue. Then all of a sudden he confesses to all this stuff. Welcome, Wang Dang. Good to see you tonight. And he confesses to all this stuff. And the confessions aren't even right. So I have issues with all of those things, guys. And I still question, is Richard Allen involved in this? Like Mom said, does he know about this because of who he knows? Does he know about this because he was involved? I don't believe Richard Allen is the one that did this. I don't. At this point, I don't believe that he was the one that did this to those two girls. Do I believe that there's a possibility that he was in a group of people that knew about what happened with this, yeah, that's possible to me. And I think he could have very much been a fall guy for this. I don't know. You know what I mean? I don't know how this works out. Welcome, Sergeant Smell. Good to see you tonight, sir. It's a strange situation. I've always had questions with the way the judge acted throughout this whole thing. It's just been, the whole thing has been very strange and very weird from the beginning. So, you know, and my mind, I could be completely off with this, and the man did it. That's just fact. It could be very well be what it is. You know, we'll see. I don't know. But
I believe
then
he's
we
bridge
have.
guy.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry to cut you off, but I do believe
you're
he's
fine.
bridge guy. I do 100%. I believe he's bridge guy, but I don't think he did this alone. I think him and Logan, if not one more, did this.
See, I have issues with another person. I don't know about Logan. I know
I've got issues with two more too. I don't want
there's one more that I have a lot of issues with.
them.
Right, but
But there's one that I wouldn't trust
DH.
him. I wouldn't piss down his throat if his guts were on fire. That one, his kid,
yeah.
and then his best friend. So I guess I have three other ones.
There's a group. There's
That's
a
what
group.
I said.
Yeah.
I don't believe there's. I think that there was more than one person, and I honestly believe that the one that organized this, you know, just saying property lines.
No, I understand.
I honestly
I know what
believe
you're saying.
that
Yeah.
he died, and they were like, "Oh shit, we got to do something, or we're all going to look like a bunch of damn fools." And their good old boy law, instead of real law, is what brought us where we are today.
Yeah, it's very possible. Very, very possible. The hair thing does bother me, bro. I got it. It does bother me. That's something that I was surprised to hear about. Mikey says, "How can there be no DNA under fingernails, etc.?" It's like, I mean, these are all very good statements and questions, guys. They really are. Thank you, Barbara. I appreciate that, sweetie. I really do. I really, really do appreciate you saying that. That means a lot to me. So there's a lot of questions for a lot of people, guys, and I've dug into this. You guys know the depths I've dug into this with other people and the things I've looked at and the questions I've had, and with no answers to come out of it because of the way it's all played out. It's crazy. So Mikey says the RA was not that calculated, in my opinion. I got to agree with him. I do. And, you know, I respect everybody else's opinions. I do. I agree with Mike on that one. I don't think he was. That's what I struggle with. So there's a couple other people, though, that were in that group of people that we have looked and talked about that I feel are that calculated. And that's where the problem lies with me. So, good point, Tomboy. Another good point. Another good point. There's a lot of people that should be being looked at that weren't looked at, that should be being talked to. Guys, I've had people, and I don't like to say this because I'd never, ever want to throw any kind of shade at any family members of victims, okay? Do you know how many emails I received about Kelsey? And I just kind of tossed it to the side. I can't really, I don't want to think about that like that. But there's people looking at her like that. So
they have from the beginning. She was treated so horribly. This girl was run through every piece of mud, every ringer, every you could imagine from the beginning. I mean, it was horrible. Like one of the very first videos I did on Delphi was about Kelsey. The next one I did was a small I think it was called A Small Hometown or something. And it was just showing like Delphi, like how much of a beautiful, small, very small town that this is.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And then when the murder sheet leak happened, I was actually sleepless that night, and I was the first one to grab it and put it out on YouTube.
Right. Good point, Tom.
So I covered a lot of this until I don't work there anymore, but what I was doing at work, and I'm not going to put any names out there, but what I was doing at work, because of people I talked to over the phone, I could not cover this case.
Right.
but I don't work there anymore.
No, I get it. I gotcha.
And when you
Absolutely.
do what I was doing and you talk to somebody that you
Sure.
have looked up, it got to where it was too awkward because I could not take a chance of somebody recognizing my voice and
I
calling my
gotcha.
job
And you have a
and being like,
very
"Hey."
distinct voice too, right?
Huh?
You have a very distinct voice too. So yes, I get it.
Exactly. So I couldn't take a chance like that, and it killed me. It absolutely killed me, which I've still been in the background and, in conversations and on Twitter and stuff like that, but I stopped covering it on my channel.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I get it.
But,
I completely get it. And I appreciate you being here for this sport. So
oh yeah, I don't
haven't
work there anymore. I don't give a shit now.
right. I haven't I mean I did some shows on it. I didn't get to do as much as I wanted to because there were so many other things going on and people were asking for this and that. But I did it enough to put out the information that we needed to put out for it. And at this point now, so much of this stuff is crazy. Tomboy made a statement back here. This is a huge one to me. Why are we just now hearing about a trail cam? And that's a huge point. Like, that's very true. Why did it take this many years for that to pop out? That's crazy to me. You know what I mean? So there's a lot of that kind of stuff that has gone on with this case. It's nuts. So no, they didn't, Cap. That's another problem. So it's weird. They have an unspent bullet that fits into a gun that he owns. Everybody in America owns this gun, pretty much. You know what I mean? So it's like, okay, if you say so. I have issues with those things. So I don't know. I'm in the boat with a few of them that don't believe it's Richard Allen. I don't. I don't. I can't. There's something that will not allow me to process that, guys. It just won't. It is absolutely, Barbara, one of the biggest messes I've seen in a case for I don't know how long. Everybody thought Idaho was a mess, folks. It's nothing compared to this case. It's really not. It's been made into a mess because of all the bullshit that's gone around with it. What are you talking about, Cap? You're fine, bro. You're absolutely fine. And that's the other thing, too. It's not even his DNA that's on that bullet, guys. That's another problem for me, too. How did you put that with him if there's not even his DNA on it? It's a big issue. So anyway, there's a lot. There's a lot that has made this a big old mess. And yes, bro, Judge Gall, she's just put the icing on the cake for me because of everything she's done throughout this. Forcing his attorneys to recuse themselves, basically threatening them if they don't. A lot of the stuff she's done makes no sense to me. Almost 80% of the motions that were put through, she denied for whatever reason. It doesn't make sense. I don't understand it. So hopefully we will be able to at this point. The jury saw a video of guards dragging him around naked recently. Oh yeah, that's happened too. And don't forget, you guys, there's an inmate at this prison that he was at before. That's another one. The man was immediately and put into prison, not the county jail. He was taken to prison. Wasn't found guilty. Wasn't anything, but was stuck in prison. Has been in prison, okay, until the trial started. That's crazy to me too. So, but the attorneys have spoken out on different things. He was medicated without doctor's orders. He never got the ability to be alone with his attorneys. He was being filmed regularly by inmates, or not inmates, but guards. But there was an inmate there that witnessed multiple things happening to him. Now, for this inmate to come forward and say these things is dangerous. So he's not gaining anything out of it. He was in solitary for I don't know how many months. I mean lockdown solitary with no kind of interaction with anybody. I mean, the whole situation is strange. And every time they brought him to court, and the guy stopped eating. And again, I wouldn't eat the food either if these things were happening to me because I'd be worried about being poisoned. They bring this man in with like 12 to 13 armed guards with him, walking him through. The man looks like he weighs 112 pounds. Chained up like Jacob Marley. I don't understand this. And then you got people like Brian Cobra that walk in a 3-piece suit that just walks in on his own. I mean, these things don't make sense when you see them, how they go down. That's what I'm saying. So, these are a lot of the issues that I have. 30 days is as much as they were allowed. Yeah, that's all it's supposed to be. And it's been like 17 months, I want to say, in total that he was in solitary. 17 months. That's a lot of time, folks. It's a whole lot of time. And that's exactly it, Noel. It said the same thing. 30 days is the max that you're allowed to do that. It would nothing like that. You're good, Cap. You're good, sir. All right, so let's see what's going on here.
It was an unseasonably warm February day in 2017 in the small rural town of Delphi, Indiana. It's not a place where you worry when your teenage kids decide to go on an adventure. So when Abby Williams and her best friend Libby German decided to go on a hike near the Monon High Bridge in the middle of the day, no one thought it was dangerous. But when Libby and Abby did not show up for their ride home, their families began to worry.
Welcome, Terry. Thank you for joining us. Terry says hi to you, Mom. Thank you for joining us tonight, Terry. Oh, you saw it. Okay, good stuff. Sorry.
And they began to search. Then the next day, the worst news possible. The bodies of these two girls were found, both victims of murder, their throats slashed, one girl naked and the other wearing her friend's clothes. As the investigation progressed over 5 years, there were sketches of a suspect, but it looked like two different people. There was also a grainy video of the killer. Then finally, an arrest of the accused murderer, Richard Allen. Allen says he didn't do it, and he also alleges that it was a group of Odinists who were actually responsible for this ritualistic killing. But prosecutors believe they have the evidence to convict Allen, including 61 alleged confessions. Will Abby and Libby get justice? 61 confessions. Alleged confessions, big part of the evidence in the case against Richard Allen. Confessions are direct evidence of the crime. So let's talk about one confession, and this might be the most important alleged confession made by Richard Allen. It's to Dr. Monica Walla, who is a prison psychologist. So she gets up on the stand and describes this alleged confession by Richard Allen, and it's detailed. Let's take a look. Richard Allen's alleged detailed confession about the day of the murders. Allen went to his parents' house, but did not join them for lunch. He bought a 6-pack of beer. He went to the trails. He saw the girls on the trails and followed them across the bridge. The girls, Abby and Libby. He mentioned doing something with his gun, and he thought, quote, the bullet fell out. He told the girls down the hill and crossed the creek. He wanted to sexually assault them, but didn't because he saw a van. He cut their necks, covered their bodies in branches, stayed off the trails to exit to avoid being seen. Details. This isn't just, oh, I did it. These are specific details. So it raises a question, because you want to know, is this a false confession or a true confession? And the devil may be in the details here. And that brings me to my first question. How did Richard Allen know all these details? Are they details that only the killer would know? If so, that's a pretty good test of a confession being trustworthy. If there's information in the confession that no one else knows about, other than the killer and maybe investigators. Joining us to discuss this, Court TV senior producer Barbara McDonald and criminal defense attorney and host of the Defense Diaries podcast, Bob Mata, both of them in Indiana, both of them inside the courtroom covering all of this. Great to see you both. Barbara, these are details, okay? You've been covering this story a long time. What are your thoughts about the details that were revealed in this alleged confession heard by this psychologist?
Welcome, Miss Charlotte. Thank you so much for joining us. We're going to go over that as well, too, once we get out of this part of this. So,
well, the one detail that was included in that confession that the state argues is something that only the killer would know is this information about this van that Richard Allen said in this confession, this one confession, that he saw a van and that's what spooked him. He decided to abandon his plan to sexually assault these girls and instead marched them across the creek where he killed them, covered them with branches, and then fled the area. For a while, we have been hearing, I've heard from law enforcement sources, it's been out on social media that Brad Weber, who lived at the south end of the bridge, was coming home from work. I had always heard it as 3:30 p.m. and that he was driving on his private drive. And that was a law enforcement theory, is that Brad Weber returning home from work spooked whoever was out there doing whatever it was they were doing to the girls at that time. Now we're hearing that that happened at 2:30. The witness who testified today said that he knows that Brad Weber clocked out of work in Lafayette, which is about 25 or 30 minutes away, at 2:02 p.m. And according to Waze and Google Maps,
that's an hour difference, and that can make a huge difference within something like this, by the way. Just saying. It was during the trial, Terry, from my understanding, it came out. So, right. That's another thing too. That shows the validity of what he stated. He confessed to killing his entire family. They're all still alive. That's medication issues, I think, or something else, the psychosis that happened, in my opinion. So you got to understand that stuff has happened too. Another thing to talk about. Welcome, Charlotte. Good to see you tonight, dear.
he should have been getting home at 2:27 to 2:30, and that's their theory, is that that is information only the killer would know, and that that's what spooked Richard Allen into committing the murders.
And
Hey,
just
Bob.
for clarification purposes, this road, it's a private road, so it's almost like an extension of your driveway if you have this massive property?
Exactly, yes.
So there's no general traffic going there, only someone who would live there would be driving down that road, and you wouldn't necessarily expect someone to be driving there.
Right, now at the time, the road was not blocked off, so people could get onto that road.
Okay.
Ever since the crime happened, it is something they've put up no trespassing signs and even a chain across the driveway at times to keep people out.
All right, Bob, I want to put this up. This is Brian Harshman, Indiana State Police, testifying. Prior to reading Richard Allen's alleged confession in Dr. Waller's report, Harshman had never heard anything about a van. The only person that would have seen a van there would have been Libby, Abby, and the person that killed them. Harshman looked up the owners of the property and found that Brad Weber owned a 2000 Ford Ecoline van. According to Apple Health data, Libby's phone stopped moving at 2:32 and 39 seconds p.m. Interviewed Brad Webster and found his van would have been on the road between 2:27 and 2:30 on February 13th, 2017. That seems to line up with a timeline. What are your thoughts about this van, this fact, and the trustworthiness of this confession?
Well, that's a lot of questions, and it's interesting, and I'm going to have you hearken back to opening statements. And the defense said that I want you to be aware that in the middle of this trial, that the state is going to have to change their theory, and that is exactly what they did today. They have changed their theory. They've changed their timeline. They now have the time of death that they're approximating is at 2:32 p.m. because what they did is they lined it up with.
Thank you, Ms. Zelda, so very much. God bless. And thank you to anybody that sends anything from this to me. It means everything, guys. It's amazing to me. So, and sorry to interrupt, but yeah, the timeline thing is a big deal for me too.
This whole concept that, look, Abby's or Libby's phone stopped moving at 2:32. We know that from her Apple Health data. And It never moved again. And now we have this van that drives onto the private drive that now we have a statement from who we think is the killer that says that he sees a van, and it's at that point that he kills the girls. They're now locked into it. So they've changed it. So Sarah Carbaugh, for instance.
I get that,
now.
but this, I mean, who else would know about the van? Who else would know about the white van?
Well, I mean, if you follow this case on social media, and everybody in that town, everyone was talking about vans. Like everybody was talking about vans. Everybody knew that Brad Weber was a suspect early on. I mean, Brad Weber had a Sig Sauer. Now the defense is being shut down from bringing that in because of the motion in limine. But everybody that follows this case and has followed this case the whole time knows that Brad Weber was one of the initial suspects, and they took his Sig Sauer and they tested it, and it couldn't be excluded.
Is Harshman the from the Indiana State Police, who said he never heard of this before? Is he just oblivious to facts that everyone else knows about? I mean, is that kind of where you are on this?
I mean,
Well,
where I'm at is we're 7 years in. Oh, sorry, Barb, go.
No, go ahead. I was just going to say that he didn't start investigating it until Richard Allen was in custody. He was not one of the original investigators on the case, and he was tasked with listening to his prison phone calls and monitoring his prison communications. And that after he heard that detail, then he went back and looked at the file and started going.
Exactly, Terry. Think about that statement right there. They just said that nobody would know about the van except for Abby and Libby, the suspect, and law enforcement. I'm just going to leave that there.
Through reports and ultimately ended up talking to Brad Weber. But also, you know, Richard Allen had his discovery. He had received hundreds of pages from his defense team prior to these confessions happening. And so there are other ways that he could have had this information other than being the killer.
All right. Well, I would say the onus now is on the defense.
And that's another big thing people need to remember is that he did have discovery. The attorneys had the discovery before he made these specific confessions. So, I mean, a lot of this stuff is in the discovery, guys. The van was there, they're saying around 227 to 232, I think it is, Noel. So, and that changes the timeline by an hour, roughly. So there's that as well. So I don't know, guys. These are the questions that make me doubt certain things. You still here with us, Mom?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay. Sorry. You're so quiet. It's hard. I'm sorry I do that to you all the time, but
No,
you're such a
good.
listener. Yes, there right, SRB. There is definitely that. So I mean, these are things that didn't come out before, folks. Somebody in chat earlier said that they believe they need to look at Brad Weber again. I don't have a problem with that. I think they need to look at a few people again, is all I'm saying, and a little bit deeper too. I don't know. You know, I'm not saying Brad Weber is somebody that did this, but there's things that need to be like dug a little deeper into that were just kind of scratched on the surface and pushed to the side. So, yeah, I definitely need one too, SRB. When I change this all around, I'm thinking about trying to pick up a whiteboard and just go into town with it. I got the markers, so you know. Noel says, okay, so then the on DNA mail that belongs to ISP. I'm lost on that, Noel. I don't quite understand what you mean.
So I think she's talking about one of the sets of DNA that they were able to identify belonged to a law enforcement officer. And that's where I go back to the fact that this case was not taken seriously. This crime scene was not considered a crime scene. It was not.
Good point.
And I understand small town, wonderful, great. But it should have been roped off. There should have been a specific amount of people that were appointed to be there to do the correct job, to gather the evidence properly, to seal and protect the evidence properly. And we wouldn't have DNA from a cop or an officer or whatever the hell he was. I think cop.
ISP.
Either way,
I think that
would not have him with his DNA found at the scene
I
on one
agree.
of the victims if it was done properly.
Well, the whole scene was a mess. You know that.
Yeah.
I mean, it
And I
wasn't.
understand kids are missing. Go search for the kids. But you also have to take into effect law enforcement did not find these children. Law enforcement did not find these girls. A local found them.
Yes. Very true. Very true.
That man
I
has
do
to close
agree.
his eyes every night and re-see what he saw that day.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And that's the other thing. That we know that the scene was not handled right. The sticks that were found laying on top of the girls that Jennifer Hackenkopper swears just fell out of the tree because she's an idiot, were placed there, in my opinion, purposely. Okay. They were tossed to the side and they came back for that stuff a week later. Who does that at a crime scene? The crime scene was never secured correctly. There was just a lot of things that were not right with this. So yes, I'm right in that same boat with you, Mom. There's issues with that whole thing with me. So,
And that falls back on better training of our law enforcement. I don't give a damn how old this case was. We've had DNA that has been able to be used since the early 90s, correct?
mhm,
Public knowledge, I'm going to put it this way. Public knowledge to DNA came out in the early 90s, early to mid 90s.
right.
So that's where training falls in, that these law enforcement departments were not trained properly how to handle something like this. I don't give a damn if it's a town of 500 people or 500,000 people. To this day, some of the training is very poor. Why do we have a girl go missing on the western side of Florida? And one of the advocates that I work with calls law enforcement and asked them if they had submitted her into NamUs, and the guy asked him who NamUs was.
Yeah, right.
And that was a
That
year ago.
that's awesome, isn't it? Yes, exactly. It was like a week SRB that they left it, and yes, SRB. There was some DNA that they said that they couldn't use, and some that they were only asked to test so far. Very true. That's strange to me. That's strange to me. I'm sorry, but that's wrong. And SRB says exactly, Mom. Tomboy, check Discord, hon, if you want to, of course. But based on what your question was in the chat. So yeah, absolutely. This is a mess. It's a huge mess, guys. And there's just the more we look at it, the more you see it. Terry says this man suffered mind control, physical torture, no food, drugs, threats, and don't get me started. The threats he had to have been told about actually. Oh, that's why the man asked constantly if his family's okay. Every time he saw his attorneys, they said that the first thing he would ask is my family okay? Why would you do that? They've heard guards threatening him. It's been heard by other inmates. Stuff like, you know what I mean? So I don't know. There's some things that just no. So anyway, I'll shut up again and move forward. Tomboy, I dropped you a link there if you want to join us and express your opinion. You're welcome to.
Defense to demonstrate that. Let me ask you one more quick question, Bob. A lot of people might be saying and be questioning why a psychologist's conversations with someone would be coming in this case. We saw it in the Menendez trial years ago. Why in this case is a psychologist testifying about conversations that are usually privileged?
Yeah, in this particular situation, she had testified earlier back in July, late July, the first time that they had hearings regarding these issues. And her explanation was that there's a carve out for her, that if somebody that she's treating who is an inmate gives a inculpatory statement, that she's allowed to make those disclosures. That was her explanation for it. Whether or not that violates a Hippocratic oath up and down is an entirely different thing. But I mean, they've been allowing them in. I know initially that they had tried. That was part and parcel of one of the arguments. The defense was saying that, look, she's a state agent, that what she was doing was the equivalent to her questioning him.
Right.
And then so it was very interesting when she testified with respect to the cross-examination, because it came out that she had been researching this case, that she had been following this case very heavily. She had followed many podcasts that were covering it. She was on Reddit, so she was deep into this case. She accessed
everything in this case is
information
just a
about
little
Kagan
different.
Klein.
Everything is different, Bob.
She also
We're out of time
finished
for now. But just to hold that thought, because I don't want to miss the next subject. Because coming up next, who is Richard Allen?
Richard Allen, you child murderer! Why did you do it?
Oh my God.
Okay, welcome, Tomboy. Thank you for joining us tonight, dear. It's wonderful to have you.
You know
here.
who that was, didn't you? Don't you?
Of course I do. He's the only one that has that loud of a voice. We all know who that was. So, what are your thoughts, Tomboy?
I think Abby and Libby were walking along and they accidentally trespassed on Brad Holder's land.
Ron
And-
Logan, you mean?
No, Brad Weber. He's at
Or
the end
Brad
of-
Weber. You said Brad Weber. I'm sorry. I thought you
Brad
said the
Weber.
other name. Sorry.
And it pissed him off because he comes home and they're on his land. Now, you guys need to remember when they searched, he wouldn't let them on their property.
Initially, right. Yes, very
Right.
true.
So I believe that's where the girls were until he realized that everybody had stopped searching for the night. And that's when I think he took him back across the creek. And whatever happened, happened.
You think he did it himself? If he did it?
Yes.
Okay. I can respect that. That does make some sense.
I believe which is the one that didn't have any blood? Abby?
Yeah.
I think Abby may have been unalived at his house. That's why there's no blood.
That's a good point. That's a good point. That makes some sense. I mean, there was a pool, a pretty large pool of blood at some point that was in that specific area based on stuff we had heard before, but it does make sense as to
why is she so clean?
Right. That, and why are they wearing each other's clothes? You know what I mean?
Well, the clothes I can kind of work around, but she's clean. Why is she clean?
That's a huge point.
She does. They said with Libby held her throat closed, for lack of a better word.
Right.
And so it was all over her hands. Abby, nothing.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Good point too. I do agree.
And I think law enforcement knew from day one that there was a van. It was in discovery.
Yes, ma'am.
And I
have to agree with that too.
I think that psychologist was feeding him some information, and I think those guards read his discovery.
Yes, ma'am. I agree again.
Like, I mean, you heard about the phone calls. Every time he called his wife, he's like, "Are you okay? Are you okay?"
Yep. Absolutely. I think he was threatened daily. I think that's part of where the confessions came from. I told you guys a long time ago that when he made these confessions to his wife, that I envisioned him standing there at the phone with guard on either side of him saying, "You're going to say this." That's truly what I envisioned in my mind. Whether or not that's true or not, we don't know, but that's what I envisioned.
Well, Andrea said when they were listening to the phone calls one day, she said that she could hear it was like Armageddon music playing in the background.
Oh, okay.
And it was blasted. Because he would have to go to court.
Yeah.
Where's he gonna put all of his papers? He wasn't allowed to take them with him.
Right. Absolutely. I do believe he was tortured. I do truly believe he was tortured in there. I think they took it from him, Doodle. When he got his discovery, I think they took it from him. I mean, they had total control of everything that he did in there. I think they took it, they read it. There's quite a few issues that I think went on in there with the guards and him, in my opinion. There's no way to prove it, but So, and he was eating the paperwork, so on and so forth. Maybe that's why he was eating the paperwork, so that the guards couldn't see his discovery. Think about that. There's a lot of things that are connected to this that just, if you think about it for a while, it makes other things make sense. So,
Yeah, it's a mess.
Oh, he definitely has, Mike. He's aged probably 35 years in just the time he's been there. So yeah, and that's another thing too. Think about that. And again, why was he being medicated when he wasn't being seen by a doctor? That's another question I had that came out of the attorney's mouth. He had not had any. He wasn't being seen by a doctor and was not under a doctor's care for any of the medications he was put on. Why?
Forced medication at that.
Right. And it's psychological medication. That's another thing. Okay. Like that kind of stuff. You shouldn't be on that unless you absolutely need that. Welcome, Gloria. Wonderful to see you.
Mike, on Haldol.
Yeah, Mikey. He was taking Haldol.
They were giving him forced Haldol injections.
I think that's what induced the confessions, truly. And all the other psychotic stuff that was going on.
They prescribed those because the doctor said that he was in psychosis. You're in solitary confinement for 13 months. So you're going to have some sort of psychosis.
Right. Absolutely. When it was only supposed to be 30 days.
Yeah.
And not to mention, while in solitary, I truly believe he was being tortured. Mentally, emotionally, physically. Think about it, guys. If somebody's telling you when nobody else around, when you know that nobody else around you knows something, and they're telling you, we're going to poison your food. I'm not saying this happened. Just think about how this could have happened. We're going to poison your food. We're going to shit in your food or piss in your food, this and that. The man stopped eating. There's a reason, okay? And I can truly see that happening just to mess with his head, okay? And all the other stuff that went on. I truly believe this guy was tortured. So, yeah, they do, SRB. That's true.
SRB, if I remember correctly, they went to some sort of group. It was like a bunch of doctors that all got together and discussed his case. But he didn't know that they had agreed to put him on this medicine.
That's how I understand it too. Let's push forward with this. I appreciate your input too on this, Tomboy. That's a good point and a very interesting theory.
Hoping to get a glimpse. It's something that we haven't seen anything quite.
Young man, I mean, always has been.
Kathy for 30.
We haven't seen anything quite like.
A strong showing for the case against Robert Kelly.
There's this balance between the pizzazz of celebrity and the seriousness of a trial in a courtroom, and Court TV gets to bring you all of it.
Richard Allen has been married to Kathy for 30 years. They have one daughter.
Allen was raised in Mexico, Indiana, about 40 miles from Delphi.
Mexico is a very small town, smaller than Delphi, with a population of about 1,200 people.
That's where Ricky Allen lived, over there in that yellow house, early on. When I think when he first got married, they moved in there, if I remember right. Very, very nice, very respectable young man. I mean, always has been.
Yeah, my name is David Yoder, and I knew Ricky his entire life.
He is a very loyal dog.
He's a quiet kind of. He's very polite. Always has been respectful to me. And he'll go out of his way and say hi. Just to say hello to me. Very friendly, sociable. I really can't speak highly enough about the man. I just can't believe that he did this. I don't believe it for a minute.
People who have talked to who shopped at the CVS and dealt with Richard Allen described him as friendly. In fact, after the murders, Libby's aunt went in there to have some pictures printed for Libby's memorial. She said Richard Allen helped her, and at the time, she thought he was helpful and kind.
Let me ask you guys a question real quick. And this is everybody, not just Tomboy and Mom, but all of you guys too. This is a small town, first and foremost. Good to see you, Seema. Thank you for joining us tonight. Well, thank you, Seema. I hope things get better. God bless. I will keep you in my thoughts and prayers. For sure, my friend. I'm so sorry you're going through that. I promise you, I will definitely keep you in my thoughts and prayers. I'm sure everybody else will as well. Please, I hope things get better soon for you. God bless. So small town. I live in a small town. Just saying, I know how it works. Welcome, Flower Goddess. Good to see you tonight. 6 years this man lived in this town after this happened. Kept living his life. If you committed a crime like this, would you stay? And this is just a standardized question, folks. There could be multiple answers to it, but if you committed a crime like this in such a small town that everybody knows everybody, would you stay in this town for 6 years, especially after it happened, continue to do what you're doing, like walk around with the family around, knowing this, that, and everything else? I mean, could you guys think that anybody could do that? That's my question here. Because I think most people would be scared to death to be caught. Okay. That's why I'm asking this question. Mikey says you'd have to be a real whack job or a thrill seeker. He doesn't come off that way to me either. Flower Goddess says no. Mom and Tomboy, what do you think? I mean, we've all looked at multiple cases. We've all looked into serial killers. We've all looked into mass killers, the minds of crazy people, so on and so forth. But what do you two think? Do you think that if somebody commits a crime like this, that is so horrendous, so horrific, in a small town like this, a very small town, that they're going to hang around and continue working and going to the bars and the grocery stores and not even blink twice and change anything about their lifestyle?
Hide in plain sight. One of the 9 studied things that are found in these murders are, yes, they stay there. They tend to return to the scene. They insert themselves in the case so they can stay closer to the case. So I'm going to just step out of the box with this. He went to law enforcement. Law enforcement did not come to him. What is that? That is inserting yourself into a case.
Of course.
Keeping trophies. That's another thing that they do.
Being
a part, being as close as they can. Watching for updates. How close are they getting to me? Are they getting close to me?
Right.
Make contact with the families. Even show empathy and sympathy for the family. Because that's what gets their rocks off.
You guys have good points. I agree. I forgot about that one hiding in plain sight thing. But yeah, I agree with that. I don't know. Hold on.
Right, SRB. He never left. And the list goes on and on and on. BTK, there's another one. Absolutely. And he worked for the church.
Say that again, Mom.
BTK worked for the church. I was SRB said in
Oh
in
yeah,
the
no,
chat.
yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah, I saw the BTK thing. I get it, and of course the Zodiac guy and all that stuff. I understand.
He stayed right there.
This guy though, I don't know, guys. I don't think that he looks like Bridge Guy to me. That's me though. A lot of people do think he looks like him, and that poster looks like him to people. That poster was up in where he worked at. It was up in the bars that he hung out at, all over town, so on and so forth. And not one person looked at it and said it was you. Because I know the case wasn't. It didn't go cold in the town. The people were still traumatized by it. They still are.
So we had 3 sketches. The 2 that are being shown now are not all that's out there. We have 3 sketches, and Doodle can attest to this. Back me up, girlfriend.
There's
Your
actually
worst
4
witness.
that came out with one yesterday.
I'm sorry.
There's another one.
There's actually 4. They came out with one yesterday.
A new one?
Yeah, I'll find it. Hold on.
Yeah,
Okay.
I haven't seen that.
I lost my train of thought. What was I going to say? Shit. Oh, your worst witness is an eyewitness. If you can't get that person within minutes, those sketches are not. It's just like age progression photos. Like, I appreciate Nick Mick and everything they do, but you're talking about one person's memory telling another human being, which are completely imperfect machines. The human is an imperfect machine. What they thought they saw, and I'm not beating up on sketch artists by any means.
No. I understand completely.
I'm just saying that if you and I know you do this. A lot of people in chat. This is what we do. This is our shit, if you will. This is what we do. But that your very first worst witness you can ever have is an eyewitness. In the day and times that we live in today, your best witness is a video camera.
Yeah, no, very true. Very true. Very true. And yes, BTK, and also the Golden State Killer. That guy worked right alongside, and the officers that covered the case as well. So I get it. I guess my question wasn't formed the right way. What I was trying to put out there. So I don't process how this man was not found for 6 years. I just don't get it. I don't. I don't know. That's me though. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, if you find that, Tomboy, send me that or drop it in Discord or something. That new sketch, because I haven't seen that yet either.
I will.
Yeah, I haven't either. I knew there were 3.
Yeah.
There's a young guy.
They put the Bridge guy out, and then they withheld the young guy picture for a long time, and then they finally dropped that, and then there was that other one, and now I didn't know about the 4th one. Mikey says, in my opinion, he was too flawless in his interrogations for a person of his caliber. That's a good point. It's a good point.
Interesting look at the man who's accused of this horrific murder. I mean, this is as bad as it gets, right? You randomly attack 2 innocent girls. You want to sexually assault them. Then you slit their throats in a small town in Indiana. Doesn't get much worse than that. Take a look. We have here's sort of a thumbnail sketch of Richard Allen, or Ricky, as I guess his friend calls him. Currently 52 years old, 44 when the murders occurred. Charged with 2 counts of murder, 2 counts of felony murder. He's a Delphi resident, trained pharmacy technician, worked at the Delphi CVS. My guess is everyone in town at some point probably came across him, right? I mean, you got to go pick up a prescription or whatever. Married to Kathy Allen and has 1 adult daughter. Married for a long time, has an adult daughter. All that stuff, pretty normal. Which brings me to my next question in our investigation. And it's about the defendant himself. Who is Richard Allen? Who's this guy? Still with us, Barbara McDonald and Bob Mata. Okay, this is an open-ended question. Barbara, I'll let you go first. Who is Richard Allen?
So he seems to have lived a fairly normal life in this area prior to his arrest. No known criminal history. There has been a lot of testimony about his mental health struggles with depression and anxiety. He's been suicidal, he said, for most of the time since about 2015. He was even hospitalized, according to the defense, at one point in 2019 because of his mental health. Previously, when he was being held in solitary confinement in those maximum security prisons, he definitely looked out of it when he came to court appearances. He looks a lot healthier today. He's very engaged with his defense. He looks back at his wife a lot. He winked at her the other day as one of the interrogation videos played that showed them embracing. And he takes a lot of notes.
Bob Mata, who is this guy? If someone came up and said, who is Richard Allen? I mean, how would you describe him?
I'd call him like a Midwestern.
Welcome, Kat. Sorry, guys.
Guy, you know, just a guy who goes to work every day, who is married, raised a kid, seems to be a nice person. I mean, if you're extracting him out of this situation and you're looking at him from, you know, an objective point of view prior to this, you know, I'd say he's kind of an everyman. In terms of your typical Midwestern guy. In terms of his relationship with his wife, they love each other. They've loved each other for a long, long time. And the one thing that you gather as you hear the evidence come in, especially interactions between Richard and his wife, Kathy, is that they're still very much in love. You know, they're a very loving couple, and this has been a relationship that spanned decades. And, you know, there was one moment in court recently where one of his attorneys, Andrew Baldwin, I think had either had some water or some spit go down the wrong tube, and he was coughing. Now, this is after the court had concluded for the day, and Allen was standing right next to him. And like Andy was really having a hard time, like kind of getting the cough. And Richard patted him on the back like 3 times, you know, and it was such a human moment in such a bizarre circumstance. It really kind of showed the humanity that I think that Richard Allen probably has had throughout the course of his life. I think most people that knew him always said he was a nice, quiet guy, you know, and like that kind of one little act, you know, I think he's like, it's been said that he's selfless. So we've got a strange dichotomy here. I mean, if he is in fact the person who did this, then it seems to belie everything that he's been coming into this. So, you know, but I guess the real question is, can you really know anybody?
Right. Yeah, but there are some defendants that come into court and you're like, oh, okay, yeah, I get it.
Right.
I get it. We've seen that. We've covered that trial more than once here on Court TV. I want to show the clip that you referenced, Barbara, in the piece that we showed before. Libby's grandmother, Becky Patty, talking about Richard Allen.
There's a report going around right now that this Mr. Allen actually processing photos for the family at the CVS. Do you know if that's accurate?
That is accurate.
Okay, and that he didn't charge the family when they came to claim the photos?
That is correct.
And that's one of the things about this story, Barbara. We always say it's a small town. It's a small town. If you're getting your photos processed, you go to the CVS. You're going to know Richard Allen. Like, people know each other and will recognize each other. And we thought all through the years, we were talking about, could the killer be among the folks in Delphi, or was it an outsider? And prosecutors obviously saying it's a man who was living amongst you.
Absolutely. And, you know, he continued to go to work for 5 years after these murders at that CVS right in the middle of town. Didn't hide, didn't move. Law enforcement shopped in there. The families of the victims shopped in there. And nobody ever called law enforcement and said, I think it's the guy at CVS. The only tip that they ever received was from him himself saying, I was out at the bridge that day.
Right, and there was the video and there was a sketch, and there's a picture of Richard Allen with the sketch behind him. And here it is, folks. There's Richard Allen, and then over his right shoulder is a sketch of the suspect in the most notorious case ever to come out of this area. And it's just like another day. Found this on a Facebook page. Bob, we only have literally like 10 seconds here, but what are your thoughts about how all of that could influence this, that there isn't a past?
What do you guys think would have happened if Richard Allen, say for instance, he wouldn't have went to law enforcement and somebody else would have? Just because. I've often wondered, because it was such a long and ongoing period of time, 5-6 years, with the fact that he stepped forward and went to them and said, hey, by the way, I was at, you know, the bridge that day, so on and so forth. And the fact that they hadn't come up with anything after that, if that made them go back to him. And this is just a what if. It's not a like anything that I truly think. I'm just saying, I've thought about these things. If he would have never went forward and never went to law enforcement, if he would have ever even been involved in this. Do you see what I'm saying? I've wondered that quite a few times, actually. So, just saying.
You know, sometimes people that do horrible things have no criminal history, you know, so I don't think it ultimately is going to really play into how this thing shakes out.
All right. Barbara McDonald, Bob Mata. Wow. What a story. I'm Vinny Politan. We'll keep digging for answers as the investigation continues. Of epic proportions. Their throats were slashed and a killer was on the loose for half a decade. Here's the story. Teenagers Abby Williams and Libby German were best friends living in the small rural community of Delphi, Indiana. On February 13th, 2017, the girls had a day off from school, so they decided to go on an outdoor adventure. They were dropped off near the Monon High Bridge, and while on that bridge, Libby recorded a man with her phone uttering the words, "Down the hill." It was down the hill where Abby and Libby would be murdered. Prosecutors say the man on the bridge is responsible, and they believe that man is Richard Allen. But Allen and his attorneys say prosecutors have it all wrong. They say Allen is innocent, and it was someone else on the bridge that day who took the lives of these two innocent girls. But prosecutors still believe they have direct and circumstantial evidence to prove this case. And now the families and the public wait for the answer. What is the truth? And will Abby and Libby get justice? So in this case, the direct evidence would be the alleged confessions of Richard Allen, right? That is him saying, I did it. And here's some of the details surrounding what I did and how I did it. That's the direct evidence. And you can trust it or not trust it if you believe.
The man also said in his confessions that he shot them. You guys remember that? They weren't shot, folks. That was another issue for me during the confessions. So it was something else that really was pulling on my brain. And I know what you're saying. The hair in their hand, I agree with you, Noel. That's definitely an issue.
Believe it's a real confession or a false confession. Then you have the circumstantial evidence, those pieces of evidence that if you look at and you kind of put them together, point towards the defendant, Richard Allen. Now, the one piece of physical evidence that looms large for prosecutors in this case that they say puts Richard Allen at the scene of the girl's death is a unspent cartridge or bullet that came out of his gun. So, to attempt to prove this, they put on an expert to testify. Melissa Oberg is her name. She's a former Indiana State Police firearms examiner. And here's what she said. She demonstrated how a semi-automatic pistol cycles a cartridge, either automatically if the round has been fired or manually by someone racking the action. She examined an unspent .40 caliber Smith & Wesson Winchester cartridge, which was found at the scene of the crime. She also examined Richard Allen's Sig Sauer MP 226 .40 caliber Smith & Wesson. Okay, these are the conclusions that she came to. The cartridge at the crime scene had 3 ejector marks on the head, 3 extractor marks under the rim. There were miscellaneous marks on the primer and various particles in the rim around the primer. She compared it to a fired round from Allen's gun to the bullet found at the scene, which was not fired, and identified 3 specific places where the markings matched. She says she was confident the .40 caliber Smith & Wesson cartridge found at the crime scene had been in Richard Allen's gun. That's how they put him at the scene. Here's our next question relative to this evidence, which is, how strong is the gun evidence? I just read it to you. We need to decipher it, figure out what it means, and put some context and perspective on it to really evaluate how strong it is. With us to break it all down, firearms expert, studio armorer for more than 30 years, and author of the guidebook Prop Gun Safety for Film and TV, Dutch Merrick is with us, and criminal defense attorney, host of the Defense Diaries podcast, Bob Mata, who's inside that courtroom for this trial. Dutch, I want to begin with you. I just read a whole bunch of mumbo jumbo about all of this. It's the expertise. You're an expert. Walk us through this so we understand this process and how these markings can end up on a cartridge, an unspent cartridge versus a fired cartridge, and kind of explain it to us.
So it's important to get back to the basics of how a bullet works. A cartridge, which is all 4 elements of a round, is the bullet, which is the projectile, a primer, which lights off the gunpowder, and it's all held together by the case. And the case in this instance is made of brass. So that entire assemblage goes into the chamber. The chamber holds it snug, and when you fire it, the bullet goes out the barrel. That chamber potentially could leave marks on the case. The chamber is designed to let the bullet come in and out smoothly, but when you fire it, that case does expand a little bit, and then there's an extractor, which is like a little claw that grabs the case at the base and pulls it out of the chamber because it might be in there snugly, and then the ejector is a rod that flips it out of the extractor and tosses it away. So the process of the bullet going in the chamber, the extractor grabs it, and the ejector pushes it further out of the way. But each of those 2 things, the extractor and the ejector, can leave a mark. Those are generally made of steel, and the brass case is softer metal, and it will be marked as it's functioning in the gun.
Okay. Can you demonstrate any of this for us? Just give us a better idea of how all this is working.
Yeah, so I'll switch to my overhead camera here. I have a box of studio dummies that we use for the movies. These are dummy cartridges, and they each have a rattle in them, and I'll rattle it for the microphone. You might be able to hear that. So I've tested each of these. These are dummy rounds. I'm going to chamber one into this. This is not the same pistol. I didn't have access to a P226 this quickly. So this H&K USP will function very similarly. I'll take the magazine, put it in the grip, and when I chamber...
That's actually another issue I have, guys. Do you know how many people in this town probably own a Sig Sauer? It's a very common gun. Okay? Very common gun. And for instance, Brad Weber has one. I can guarantee you BH has one. There's quite a few other people that own one. I used to own one. I have different stuff now. But I'm just saying it's a very common handgun, folks. Now, if this round had been fired through the barrel of this gun that belonged to Richard Allen, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. I'd be like, okay, that's it. We're done. Move on.
She said she couldn't get the same marks by just extracting it, so she fired it.
Right.
Make that make sense, because it doesn't.
It doesn't. That's the problem right there.
But each firearm is like a fingerprint. The inside of that barrel are individual to each firearm. So once the casing was put in the firearm, those marks were made from the firearm.
No,
they were light marks, but it's like fingerprints.
Well,
but she said when she extracted the bullet from his gun, she couldn't get them to match up
until she fired it.
Until she fired it.
Mm-hmm. And none of his DNA was on that bullet either. That's the other thing. But that's small. I'm just saying. But you see what she's saying, though, Mom? Is the only way she could get it to match up to get any of those markings was after she fired it from the gun.
Right, I understand that. But when the casing, or I hate calling it a bullet because we're not talking about a bullet, we're talking about a casing. When the casing was put in the clip and came into that barrel, that's where those marks come from. Is from the barrel of that gun. So even if it was an unspent round or a spent round, that barrel and the machining in that gun is what makes those marks, and each one is going to be different because they're
Right.
machine made.
Right, but what Tomboy is saying though is that the point was is you're absolutely right. Why
Yeah,
couldn't
she is
she match
absolutely
them
right.
up though? And why couldn't she match them up just from doing that? You see what I'm saying?
Well, you have to
If
look
that,
at the age difference in the gun. Had the gun been cleaned? How many times had the gun been cleaned? Did they alter the gun? Had the gun been kept in a weatherproof place? Like, there's a lot of factors that could have went into that as well. And the casing
right,
wouldn't just fall out, SRB. You would have to extract
it
the
had to be
case. You
racked.
would have to
It would have to be
yeah,
racked.
right. You would
Yeah.
have to rack it. So you would have to
So
take it and
You
like
like
have
if
to
you
pull back.
I'm trying to
back
be
on the
YouTube
top of the
careful.
gun.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you. I'm trying to find the
Yeah.
words without saying what I want to say.
So what you would do, SRB, is you would load the magazine into the bottom of the gun, and then you cock the gun by doing this with the top of it, and it racks it into the chamber. Now, what they're stating happened, which is still
Me
another
too,
reason,
Doodle.
something else that I can't quite understand is that they're stating basically, SRB, that the gun was racked and cocked like it was going to be shot. Then it was unracked. Okay, they and dislodged it, and the bullet fell out onto the ground. That's what they're saying happened, which makes zero sense to me in this situation. But okay, we'll go with it. Okay, so that's what that means to do that, and it still
SRB, what's that?
makes zero sense.
What is that new show? With oh my god.
Hey, Leslie.
It'll come
Mystery
to me in a minute.
Nobody.
Give me a minute. I'll figure it out.
Yeah, but I don't know. I've talked to friends of mine. I have a couple friends that are like avid gun people. Two of them are police officers, and they have argued that point, saying, wait a minute, you know what I mean? Now, here's another question. One of those guys asked me, is that guy somebody that was from this area? Did he go down that area often? Very possibly to take walks or whatever. Yeah. What if he carried a gun one time in that on that path and did something like that, and that bullet just happened? I know this is reaching, folks. I'm just saying, but what if he did, and that bullet either he did that or was going to do something, and it fell out into that area? Not even at that time, and it just happened to fall in that place. Now, I know that's a reach, but that was something that was brought to my attention about 6 months ago, actually. That is something that I was like, well, it's possible. But then again, I'm still struggling with the fact that she couldn't match those markings up until she fired the bullet. That's what I struggle with. And that's what I asked my buddy Jeff about. He's like, well, she should have been able to. If you put brass inside metal and you do something that can leave marks on it, it should have matched right up with the barrel of that gun. That's what I'm not understanding until she fired it. Then all of a sudden it matches. That's what I didn't get. That's what I'm like struggling with in my mind, especially with her being a professional. I don't understand that quite a bit, but
Captain Jenks, one fell out of my hoodie, the hood of my hoodie.
Or the front pocket of a hoodie, or your hands are in your pockets and you got a bullet in your pocket or something, and it drops that way. It can happen. There were what the hell's come on, you guys were with me when I covered her case. Deborah Collier, they found a bullet at the scene of her crime scene. There were
Wasn't it a big bullet too, like from an AR or something?
It was a rifle. Yeah, it was a large bullet. There was no guns involved in her crime, but they found a bullet laying there. I think it was an AR. You're right. So
if there's not he'll be found not guilty, and I don't think if he's found not guilty, I don't think they'll continue to investigate it.
No, because they have nobody else that they've pulled into this. Nobody. You know, I agree with you on that one. And it's going to cost more money to run another investigation. Same thing I think is going to happen in Idaho if Brian were to be found not guilty. I agree with that too.
Andrea has been watching that jury like a hawk, and she says that the jury's not stupid, and some of the questions that they're asking are, she said, they're really good questions.
Right. Absolutely. What the hell, Doodle? I always end up with one casing in my Doodle. I'm not even going to ask. I'm not even going to ask, but still.
Doodle, that was straight out my shirt.
I think that there's a very possibility that it's going to be a hung jury. That's my opinion, but we'll see. I don't know, but again, onward and upward with this, guys. This is one of my big issues right here. That this is the only thing, literally the only thing that got them to pull this man into custody. The main thing, okay? And none of his DNA is on this bullet either. So that's another issue. So I'm just saying.
There is zero DNA of his anywhere over there.
Right.
And if you're going to drink 3 beers for a man who doesn't drink because he's diabetic, he's overweight, blah, 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 pretty certain he's going to sweat.
Mm-hmm.
You got a Carhartt jacket on.
It was also a warm day. It was a warm day that day, too. Yeah, something. And there was no DNA found on anything of his from them either.
No.
So, okay. These are the little things that are getting me with this, you guys. That's what's got me stuck. I don't know. Onward we go.
Around, you can see it go from the magazine into the chamber.
Yeah, watch this, SRB. This will show you what we're talking about, so you'll understand that.
And then when it ejects, it pulls it out of the case and shoots it out. So inside the gun, you'll see this is the extractor rod that pulls out the case, and then the ejector rod is the one that pushes it off of the extractor. And it's important to note the base of the cartridge has a little notch here so that it can be grabbed by the extractor.
So when you put it
Hopefully
in,
that
let me ask you a question really quickly. So when you placed it in there and then it popped out, is that considered cycling through the gun?
Let me ask you guys something else. As a criminal, which none of us are, but in a criminal mind, if you're making this happen, say for instance that's what happened is he racked the gun, loaded it, was threatening with it per se, maybe, okay, and then decided to dislodge it. That bullet pops up out of that chamber, pops up out. When you do that, okay, you're gonna see it. Knowing that you're committing a crime, would you leave it there? Don't tell me you didn't see it happen. If you use a gun, you know it's going to happen too. The first thing you're going to do is reach down and pick that bullet up and shove it back in your pocket or whatever. That's another issue I have with this. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Okay, it just don't to me. Now, yes, there could have been a situation where things were heated or something was going on and he wasn't paying attention, but I highly doubt that. If you're there to commit this crime, you're paying attention to detail. You're not getting fingerprints on things. You're not doing this. You're not doing that. I'll be damned if I'm going to do something like this and unrack a gun and let the bullet go free and not grab it. I'm just saying, guys, these little things here are bugging me bad. So.
And it's an unspent cartridge at that point?
That's correct. So you can take a full live cartridge, feed it into the chamber from the magazine, and that has been cycled into the breech. And you can manually eject it by pulling the action open, and that clears the breech. Or you can fire the gun, which is the energy of the cartridge itself that pushes the bullet forward and puts pressure on the case backwards, and it will cycle the round from the energy of a cartridge firing. So there's 2 ways to do it: manually when you're loading and unloading with your hands, or the bullet itself firing, hence the term semi-automatic firearm. When you pull the trigger, it fires and it rechambers the next round.
All right, one more follow-up, then I want to get to Bob to get the legal aspect of all of this. So what they compared apparently inside the courtroom was a fired cartridge and then an unspent one. And she said she saw similar markings between one that was fired and one that just went in and then popped out, like you demonstrated to us. Would they have the same markings? Would there be any markings that would be similar if they went through seemingly two different processes?
Well, when a gun is fired, there's a lot of pressure and energy, and that case is being beaten back and shot out with very aggressively. When you're chambering a gun just with your hands, it's less energy and it's more passive. However, in both instances, they will leave some marks on the brass. I think.
Yeah, but there's going to be a lot of differences too. But Molly's right. She said, hell yes, you'll see it, like a story I told Dudu a few years ago. With shooting and the spent casing came up hot. Dude, guys, I've had it hit me in the forehead doing that, okay? Doing it quickly, it popped me in the forehead because it pops up out of there like that. And they're hot too. If they're fired, just saying. But yeah, 100%. I can't imagine that that's going to happen and you're not going to notice that and want to say, oh, wait a minute, that can't leave that behind. Again, the little things. The little things are important.
My opinion is that when you're firing, it leaves more aggressive marks on the brass, more easily discernible. But when you're simply chambering around and that cartridge case is riding up into the extractor little tang, it is leaving a mark nonetheless.
Okay, and one more small follow-up to that. Would those marks be similar, but just different levels of depth because of the pressure, right? Like one mark would be deeper and perhaps easier to see, and the other one would be a little bit lighter, but the patterns, would you expect to be similar?
Yes, the extractor rod, due to manufacturing imperfections.
If I wouldn't get in trouble, I'd pull mine out of my drawer and show it to you right now, but they'll shut this video off right away. We know how that works. But yeah, there's definitely going to be differences if it's fired or if it's not fired. 100%. Doodle, you can back that up, right? I mean, if you fire a weapon, the bullet's going to have completely different markings on it than what there would be if it wasn't fired on that, if that bullet wasn't fired through the chamber. Just saying. And then, yes, that's the other one. No DNA whatsoever left. DNA is the thing, folks. That's the thing nowadays, and there isn't any. None. So, exactly, Doodle. That's what I'm saying. I wish I could pull it out and show it to you, but they'll shut this down like right out of the gate. So, I'm obviously not going to fire it, but it wouldn't matter. I just can't show it. So, anyway, this is bugging the hell out of me with this bullet thing. It always has, and it doesn't, to me, put forth enough information or evidence to have this man in jail or in custody for this, in my opinion. That's my opinion.
Those each can be individually identified per gun. So an extractor rod in this particular P226 will leave this mark, and another gun that has different wear in it and different manufacturing imperfections will leave a unique mark on that. And again, when you're firing it, it does treat the case more aggressively, and it should leave deeper marks or more readable marks. But even when you're chambering it by hand, it leaves a mark, albeit likely less depth or a little softer marks.
Dutch makes it make sense to me. Bob Motta, let me ask you the ultimate question, though. How strong is this gun evidence? We're used to ballistic evidence in murder cases.
Well, I'm thrilled that Dutch is on here because I've been dying to talk to another gun expert. So I sat in there, and I'm going to add a little X factor for you, Dutch, and I hope that you can answer the question. So when Melissa Oberg, the firearms examiner, did her testing, okay, she took 10 rounds that she used that they had in the lab there. She grabbed them out. She first tried to cycle 4, which you showed us for all of us to see what a cycling is, where she just racked the gun and ejected 4 of them. None of those 4 rounds that she did that to left significant enough marks for her to make an examination of any of those rounds.
4, folks. 4 of them, and they could not do that. That's what I'm saying. That's what Tomboy was talking about too. They did it with 4 of them and nothing. It couldn't provide any information. So how did they do it with this one bullet. That's what I don't get. That's what I have a problem with. Not gonna do that, Doodle, but you're probably right. I'm just not gonna do it. Sorry.
That's when she decided to resort to firing the next 6 rounds, and it was one of those that she decided to make the comparison to, and that's where she found that there was sufficient agreement. So, I mean, in my world, if the story has been we have 3 ejector marks on this particular round, which means that we know it's the bullet's still in there, the projectile is still in there. So that tells us that that particular round had been cycled through, as you showed us here on live TV, or you know, that they're popping out like that, and we have a situation where she did the very testing that they're alleging must have happened, because it's still an unspent casing at the time that they find it. So obviously it was never shot. How is that? How am I supposed to make those two things make sense in terms of we've got her doing the same action, but yet it didn't leave significant enough markings for her to make a comparison?
That's my point. So if she did this as being a professional and an expert and it didn't, how the hell did they do it? That's what Bob's saying. That's what my question is too. And I think that's what Tomboy was asking or saying at the same time. It doesn't make sense. This is an expert that ran 10 rounds through. 4 of them, she did the same thing that they're saying that they did and proved that it was out of his gun. 6 of them she fired off. How did she do this being an expert and could not get the right information? They did it once and got that it was his gun? I don't understand this. This is what's bullshit to me, folks. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be an ass here, but it doesn't fit to me. It just doesn't match, okay?
And she has to resort to firing it in order to get a mark that she could try to make a comparison with.
Yeah, how about that, Dutch?
So, yeah, absolutely. And I had the same question when I heard the testimony that there were 3 cases that she manually fed that didn't leave a mark. And so discussions that I've had with other professionals, it seems in shooting situations like that, well, first of all, how did the unfired round end up near the bodies or near the crime scene? And any manner of thing could have happened. He could have cycled an extra round at the beginning to chamber it. He could have had a jam or didn't feed, and then he aggressively cycled it. And I think the thing is if you're in a panic and you're in a very stress-induced moment, you might cycle that gun very hard to get it clear. You might do it very aggressively. And if this investigator did a gentle cycling, it's far less likely to leave a mark. So that's how I'm making a mental connection in the gap there between the unmarked cases that she tried in controlled circumstances and what happened at the crime scene.
Dutch Merrick, nobody does it better. Thank you so much. When we come back, what was revealed in the recorded calls?
I'm also going to tell you guys that this right here, the guys down the hill, I think these are 2 separate conversations that were put together. I've always thought that. I think that they were, spliced together to shorten it up or whatever you want to say, but I think they're 2 separate conversations. Possibly from 2 separate people, truly. And if not, definitely 2 completely separate conversations. Something we should have, we don't have the right to, I understand. But if we could have heard the entire audio and saw the entire video, I think things would be completely different. And that's what I said that a long time ago too, SRB. The way that it was put in when you hear it down the hill, I believe as well, came before guys. If that makes any sense to you. Does it make sense what I'm saying? That the words down the hill and then guys was after down the hill. And I think there's more that's not in there, obviously, either. So I do agree with that one, SRB, wholeheartedly.
No man is born evil.
So you chose. In October of 2022, surprisingly, we got word that there was an arrest.
What? You know, disbelief. Like, okay, I'm hearing this, but it's a process.
Like the rest of national media, I showed up to watch that press conference to announce the arrest, not knowing what to expect.
Today is not a day to celebrate, but the arrest of Richard M. Allen of Delphi on 2 counts of murder is sure a major step in leading to the conclusion of this long-term and complex investigation.
We expected to be excited and happy and like overjoyed that he's arrested, but now we're dealing with understanding that there's a lot of reopening wounds that's coming with that.
And that was really the beginning of the next chapter of this story and this case. And things have happened since the arrest of Richard Allen that are sort of different, that you don't see in a lot of cases. But there are these confessions, and some of them are recorded. Brian Harshman, Indiana State Police, take a look at this, monitored Richard Allen's communications after his arrest. 700 phone calls. He says Allen made incriminating statements and calls to his mother and his wife. He says in the calls, Richard Allen is calm, subdued, solemn. Allen's rate of speech is consistent between making confessions and
he was still drugged, so there's that too.
Talking about other matters. Didn't think Richard Allen was under duress when he made confessions during these calls. He believes that Richard Allen is the voice that we were listening to for years of the bridge guy. So that brings us to our next question in the investigation. It's all about these calls, which are recorded. What was revealed in the recorded calls? Here to discuss, Court TV senior producer Barbara McDonald and Bob Mata still with us. I want to read partial transcripts from 2 of the calls. November 13th, 2022, call with Kathy Allen. That's his wife. Richard, what they want me to say, I'll say it. I can't explain what's going on. I'll say whatever they want me to say. I'll see you in another life. Then you go to April 3rd, 2023, call with Kathy Allen. Richard, I wanted to apologize. Richard, I did it. I killed Abby and Libby. Kathy, no, you didn't. Richard, yes, I did. I don't know why. Kathy, why would you say that? Richard, because maybe I did. Kathy, they are messing with your mind. Barbara McDonald, that's just a transcript. Paint the picture for us of what these things sound like and what you're hearing as they're being played.
Well, I disagreed a little bit with the witness. I didn't think that he sounded so calm and solemn in these calls. I thought many times he sounded quite emotional. He got very choked up at times. You could tell that he was crying and sometimes even sobbing as he talked with his wife. She also was very emotional in talking with him. We heard that these calls were all in the vicinity of about 30 minutes. But I believe the longest one that was played in court was about 10 minutes. And they did play the complete calls of the 7 calls they chose to play. Bradley Rosie, Richard Allen's lead defense attorney, said that all of the confessions were very generic, and they did sound very generic. Things like, I did it. I want you to know I did it. Or I killed Abby and Libby, but without providing any detail or explanation for why he might have done that.
Bob, what are you hearing as these are being played inside?
Almost like he was reading from a piece of paper, generic wise is what they were trying to claim, but yeah.
The courtroom.
It was surreal to kind of be sitting in there and listening to it, and we obviously had the ability to be able to hearken back to when they played the interrogation videos to really try to compare and contrast his kind of tone, tenor, speech pattern in those interviews where he was adamantly professing his innocence, where he was adamantly saying, look, I'm not going to be a fall guy in this thing. And to hear this, and to kind of have the background of what was going on psychologically with him in terms of, this state of psychosis that he was in, and learning that he had Haldol injections. So you have that kind of background, then you're listening. And obviously, as a defense attorney, I'm trying to listen to see, can I trust it? Are there details in the places where we're actually hearing him speak, as opposed to somebody else writing down his words, that is somebody that works in that prison? And I agree with Rosie. They are all very generic. I did it.
Tomboy, you know quite a bit about this. I know you follow it. Is the jury sequestered on this? I had that question myself.
Yes, they are sequestered. But they get Friday night phone calls with family, and I want to say Sunday visit with family.
Okay. I was wondering that. Thanks for asking that, SRB, and thank you, Tomboy. I wondered that too. That's interesting.
They have limited supervised time with their devices as well.
Do they? Okay.
Yes.
That's good to know.
And there's more men than women, just for those that would like to know.
That's interesting.
Mm-hmm. And some of them have very interesting backgrounds and professional, what they do in their everyday jobs.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Mike says, so from what I gathered, the guards were reporting his conditions, etc. Is this typically supposed to be done by someone else? The whole guard thing and the prison thing, that's a huge mess too. I think a lot of things were being done in there that weren't supposed to be being done that way. Welcome, Leslie. Wonderful to see you tonight, dear. So, yeah, it's interesting. It's very interesting the way that all went down. I don't think so, Mike. I don't know. It depends on how you're phrasing the question. Like I said earlier, though, there was an inmate that came forward and stated about things that were going on with him, with the guards, with the different things that were being said and seen by this other inmate, so on and so forth, that had nothing to gain from coming forward and saying this. Nothing. So, if anything, the attention that he brought to himself could be dangerous to him. He could lose his life from it. So just saying, think of it that way too. So
in almost every statement that we heard, or every call, he it's one point or another during the conversation, he says that I think I'm losing my mind, or I've lost my mind. So it's like he you can hear that he's just going through it. I mean, they're like, anybody that's listening to this and is being intellectually honest, and they understand the conditions of his incarceration in a prison for 13 months in solitary, and they're not taking into account that would affect him mentally, I think is just being dishonest with themselves. So, like, I'm hearing a broken man is what I'm hearing. That's the way that I feel about it.
I have some more, and I'm going to go May 10th, 2023, a call with Kathy Allen. Richard, I just think maybe I've lost my mind. I need to say something anyway. I need you to know that I did this. May 20th, again, with his wife. I need to know that you still love me, baby. I may have to spend the rest of my life in here. I might only get to see you one last time if I get the electric chair.
Let me ask you guys something. If you were being tortured on a daily basis, okay, if you were being made to believe you're losing your mind, you're seeing things, you're hearing things, think you're in a psychosis, a psychotic break per se. Hold on. So if that's what's going on in your life, okay, and you think, what is going to make this stop? What is going to make my life easier? What is going to make me be able to survive this? And either you're told that if you admit to doing this, you'll be fine, you'll be good, you get to move on, you get to eat, we'll leave you alone, your family will be fine. Or if you make up that decision in your own mind, does that make sense? Because it does to me. I truly believe that he had been given threats against his family that scared the hell out of him. He loves his wife. We all know that. They had a great relationship. I truly believe that as well, because it was stated multiple times. So, and I think that, like Mike said, that I can just visually imagine him standing at the phone with a guard on either side of him, making sure he says something. I'm not saying that's what happened, you guys, because I don't have any proof of that. It's a theory that I have with a visualization, is what it is. Okay, based on things I've learned from this. So, or different certain, things that are making him miserable, or certain torturous type scenarios happening. It'll stop if you just say this, or if you just do this, or like I said, he could have come to that conclusion all on his own. What is going to make this stop? I can't handle this anymore. I think I'm losing my mind. You know what I mean? I mean, I can envision that. I really can.
Barbara, we have about 20 seconds or so here. Give us more of the context of the timeline of this and where he is.
The majority of these calls all happening between April and May of 2023. This was after he had already been in solitary confinement in a maximum security prison for 5 months, away from his family, wasn't allowed in-person visits, wasn't allowed to get out in daylight, wasn't allowed to go out in the yard.
And there's another thing. Why was he not allowed any phone calls or anything with his family for that entire 5 months until that time? Is it because he said, fine, I'll admit to it, and they finally allowed him to have phone calls? Is that why? Why did they withhold that from him for 5 months? There's people that are in prison for way more that get visitation, that get phone calls regularly. Why didn't he get them? It almost sounds, in some senses, like they were trying to create a different person out of Richard Allen in some ways. Again, this is all my speculation, folks. Please don't think that it means anything. This is just my feelings on this. It sounds like they were trying to mold him into something over that period of time that maybe he wasn't. Or if he was, they were trying to draw it out of him. Okay? Solitary confinement, we all know, was only supposed to be for 30 days. That's just how that is. 5 months, folks. 5 months is a long time to be in a cell that's the size of a closet every day, all day and all night. And they were supposed to let him out, I think, an hour a day. And I don't even know if that happened. Okay? So they said it was because he was in danger and been in solitary. They had to treat him when they were having threats. See, I don't believe that. I don't. I think that was an excuse that was made up. You still should have allowed for certain things. No phone calls, no visits, no nothing. This man had no social interaction for 5 months. Except for, now remember, except for whatever interaction the guards was having with him, whether it be good, bad, threatening, whatever. That's how I'm seeing it. Go ahead. Somebody was going to speak. I'm sorry.
Keep in mind, this prison had just been sued for that same exact thing.
I remember seeing that article. Yes, absolutely.
And they had enacted the new laws for the solitary confinement just prior to him entering.
And they still did it with him. So there were some dirty people working at that prison, folks. We already know that. The whole Odinism thing that came out and so on and so forth. But they did, but he was in shackles and belts and camera fault. Well, and that was another thing is, like, for instance, when his attorneys were able to see him finally, there was guards filming it with a video camera. That's not even legal, you guys.
Well, how about when they moved him to the new prison? He was in a cage and they had to stay 6 feet away.
Yep. And you can't have conversation. Whatever conversation you're having, they're going to hear that. Okay. All of these things are violations of his civil rights, his human rights. Okay. Whether he's guilty or not guilty, he still has these rights. They did not care two shits about any of that. So, Yeah, I've heard that too, that they're going to shut that down too. All of these things are illegal, folks. Nobody cared. You know, there's guards that are coming to work wearing patches for Odinistic that they, and that's fine. I you know, that's to each their own, but that's illegal. That's illegal as hell. You can't do that. You can't do any of that stuff. And then the guy goes and gets a tattooed on his face. Come on. It's almost like they're taunting him on purpose. Okay. So these little things, again, the little things are what's getting me.
For rec time, and at times was being treated against his will for those psychosis symptoms that he was exhibiting, according to the psychologist.
Barbara McDonald, Bob Mata, incredible insight. Thank you both so much. The evidence in this case is not overwhelming. There are problems, but if you take it at face value, there's more than enough. The timeline seems to work. The videos, they're grainy, but they can sort of match it up. The ballistics we talked about, and yes, the confessions. The question is, however, will a jury take the evidence at face value, or will they not trust it beyond a reasonable doubt? I'm Vinnie Politan. We'll keep digging for answers as the investigation.
In his first, well, they called it interview. I still say interrogation. He told the cop that he was there between sometime after 12 and before 1:30.
Yep.
And he stated that he saw 3 girls. Well, it came out in his second one that he's specifically stating 3 girls because he said it looked like a girl and she was babysitting. And that kind of makes sense. Maybe he was there earlier and they just don't want to see it. And so, you know, maybe all these people that are describing the bridge guy actually saw somebody different than him because he wasn't there.
I wholeheartedly agree with that. I said that about a year ago, actually. The same thing. So it's interesting.
Yeah, they're Mike, it's like they're having to make everything, they're making their timeline around him.
They're building a narrative per se around that situation, right? That's how it looks in some senses. I agree with you on that. All right, so I'm going to play this part next here because this is kind of important. This is in regards to the confessions, and a lot of people are saying that there's details in the confessions that are issues. And this is all coming out in the trial, guys. Everything that I'm showing you now are pieces of what has happened during the trial.
In Richard Allen's double murder trial, hear witness after witness recall how he told them he killed Libby German and Abby Williams. I'll take you inside the courtroom with the testimony about Allen's alleged admissions. Welcome to Crime Fix. I'm Anjanette Levy. I killed Abby and Libby. That's just one of the admissions jurors heard from a witness in Richard Allen's double murder trial in DELPHI.
The reason why I'm showing this is the big thing right now that I think the jury, I think this is the biggest thing that could convict him with the jury. Okay. That's my opinion. With these confessions, truly, that's my thoughts.
DELPHI, Indiana. Prosecutors have claimed that Richard Allen made 60 incriminating statements about the murders of Libby German and Abby Williams after his arrest. Lauren Matthias with the Hidden True Crime YouTube channel will join me soon to talk about the testimony from the courtroom. Before his arrest, Allen was adamant in interviews with law enforcement that he did not kill Abby and Libby, and even said to Jerry Holman, one of the investigators on the case, quote, "I don't care what you do to me. I'm not going to ever confess to something I didn't do." Now, you could take that one of 2 ways. Prosecutors will say it shows Richard Allen's confessions are true, that he told you he would never confess to something he didn't do. But the defense has argued that Allen was in solitary confinement in a prison and that it was impacting his mental health and that he was ranting and saying things that simply weren't true. The testimony about Allen's admissions to the crime began with the warden of the prison. His name is John Gallipo, and there were also prison guards who testified. Gallipo said in March of 2023, Allen wrote that he wanted to confess to the murders. I am ready to officially confess to killing Abby and Libby. I hope I get the opportunity to tell the families I'm sorry. That is what Gallipo said that Allen wrote. Gallipo also said Allen admitted to throwing a box cutter out in a dumpster at the CVS store where he worked in Delphi, Indiana. The warden testified that Allen was quiet for his first month at the Westville prison, but then started acting erratically after receiving mail from his lawyers. That behavior included.
Have a great night, Miss Zelda. Thank you so much for joining us, hon. I hope you get some sleep and don't work too hard if you work tomorrow, dear. If not, we'll see you tomorrow.
Drinking out of a toilet, eating his own feces, and eating paper. Corrections officers also testified about Allen confessing to killing Abby and Libby while on suicide watch. The corrections officers acted as suicide companions sitting outside of his cell. Officer Michael defended Allen, saying, quote, I'm so glad.
Yes, ma'am.
Keep in mind that box cutter. When the ME testified, he said that at first he couldn't tell you what kind of instrument was used.
Mm-hmm.
He said, but then after talking to the prosecutors, he had went and looked in his garage and found a box cutter and realized that it made similar marks.
And here's the thing. I looked up box cutters that CVS provide to their employees. I think you were here for that. They're the little metal slide type things with the corner of the razor blade sticks out. They're the safety ones, right?
Yeah.
If that was used as an instrument to do this, it's not going to go very deep, you guys, because literally, I showed it on here. The corner of it is the only thing that sticks out. It's just enough to cut through the tape on a box because they don't want one to cut through the materials inside the box. If that's what was used, and it was a CBS branded, what they give to their employees type box cutter, okay? I pulled it up, looked at it, went over it, so on and so forth. Just saying. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, but I think it really bothers me too that the coroner just miraculously changed.
Oh, yeah. No, I get it. I get it. Based on what the prosecution said. I agree with you. I do. I definitely agree with you. I've seen that, Leslie. I did my own months and months ago, and I went through multiple versions of it, and I found exactly what they give their employees on purpose to see what it would be that he could have gotten his hands on, what he threw away, so on and so forth. And literally, that's what their company provides their employees. And there's a little thing that you can connect it to your belt with. That's all it was. It's nothing bigger than that, and it's not going to do what I believe the damage was done to the victims. That's just an opinion. But even bigger, what Tomboy said is that's a big deal. That they couldn't determine what the weapon was that was used until after speaking to prosecution. That's really not a good thing, folks, at all.
Glad no one gave up on me after I killed Abby and Libby. And I, Richard Matthew Allen, killed Abby and Libby by myself. No one helped me. Clemens also said that Allen...
Doesn't that sound scripted to you guys? I, Richard Matthew Allen, killed Abby and Libby by myself. No one helped me. That doesn't sound scripted to anybody else. It sounds like that was something he was told to say, in my opinion. It sounds too scripted to me, you guys. I'm sorry, but it does.
would yell to other inmates, quote, I'm not crazy. I'm only acting like I'm crazy. On cross-examination, Allen's attorney, Brad Rosie, asked Clemens whether prison can get to a man, and Clemens admitted that it certainly can. Another corrections officer said that Allen confessed to him in April of 2023, and Allen actually said he believed coming to prison cured him of his depression and anxiety. The jury also heard from Allen's prison psychologist, Dr. Monica Walla. Dr. Walla is a somewhat controversial witness because she admitted to following the case in her personal time. Dr. Walla said that Allen said that the morning of the murders, Allen left his mother's home, bought a 6-pack of beer, drank 3 of those beers, and then went to the trail. Dr. Walla said Allen said that he saw Abby and Libby on the trail and then followed them, and he did something to his gun, and that's when the bullet fell out. Dr. Wallace said that Allen told her he planned to rape the girls, but got spooked by a van and made them walk across the creek and then slit their throats, covering their bodies with branches, and then he left. Dr. Walla also told the jury she believed Richard Allen was exaggerating the symptoms of severe mental illness like eating feces. And there's much more, much more. I want to bring in Lauren Matthias. She is the host of Hidden True Crime along with her husband. So, Lauren, you've been in the courtroom for the duration. Let's start with kind of the beginning of the incriminating statements. And they start with Richard Allen apparently telling the warden at the prison, making an incriminating statement that he committed these crimes. There was some other talk with some other prison staff, and he said apparently that he committed these murders. He said that he killed Abby and Libby. He did it with a box cutter that he stole from CVS, and that he later threw the box cutter away, and that he claimed he did this because he wanted to sexually assault the girls. He got scared, he panicked, and then he murdered them.
And that was just the first of many alleged confessions that we heard that he gave to correction officers at the Westville Correction Facility while he stayed there. It was actually, we heard these confessions one by one coming in, starting with the warden, just boom, 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 boom. All were different, but all had these similar details to them.
Paul Berggren was the lawyer who could get you out of any sticky situation. Caught selling pirated videos like Queen Latifah? Caught stabbing your spouse 9 times with a steak knife? Better call Paul. We see lawyers like this in The Sopranos out. But when enough, host Jinx Jenkins will tell you, and ad-free right now by and just to set the stage for this too, Richard Allen is in solitary confinement. They called it safekeeping for his own protection because he's a high profile inmate, but he's in some pretty horrible conditions. I mean, solitary confinement is not fun. And so, I mean, he just tells this to the warden, which seems so bizarre. Did the warden explain how that came about?
Yeah, he did. And the warden also explained that one reason that he came to the facility was because he was on suicide watch. There were concerns about self-harm. Thus, he was monitored daily. And at intervals, every 15-minute intervals, there were companions that would assess him. But going back to the warden and what the warden stated, he said that he started confessing actually when he said the discovery came to him. The legal papers is what he referred to them at first. And then we got into understanding that what he meant by the legal papers were the discovery. And after that was received, confessions started, and they continued for alleged months after those legal papers arrived.
What are some of the other?
So he started making confessions only after he received discovery that he was reading through. Really? That's kind of odd to me. Just saying.
Their incriminating statements that he made, because obviously he's saying, he's saying what the murder weapon would have been, which is he's claiming it was a box cutter. They had said they found a box cutter at his home, but he's saying, I guess, in this confession that he threw this thing out at the CVS. But what more did he say? What other detail did he offer about the crime? Detail that only the killer would know. That's what the prosecutor has said.
Yeah, one thing that came down today actually was from his psychologist. Dr. Walla, testified on the stand for the majority of the day today, and she shared that he told her that almost what you said verbatim, that he followed them. This is actually exactly what he said. He said that he was with his mom and dad, and they wanted to go to lunch. His sister was coming over. They wanted to go to lunch. He didn't want to go to lunch that day. It was an unusually warm February day, that February 13th. So he went and he got himself a 6-pack instead. He said that he drank 3 beers, and then he bundled up and he went to the trail that he parked in a discreet area and walked into the trail, saw the girls, followed.
He said it was an unusually warm day. He didn't want to go to lunch. He wanted to go he went and got beer, drank 3 beers, and then bundled up on an unusually warm day. Does that make any sense to anybody? I don't think it does. That's just, again, my opinion.
Them onto the bridge and then told them essentially to go down the hill. He mentioned to Dr. Walla that that's when he believed he may have lost the bullet. That's actually not where the bullet was found, but this is what was stated on the stand today. And that he took the girls down the hill, and his plan was, as you mentioned, to sexually assault them. And then he realized their age, which was allegedly younger than he had thought, and that he saw at that moment a van. And at that moment, he says that he got scared and he killed them. And he also said in one confession that he took their lives to save his because he was selfish, and that he covered them with sticks. And then he left without going back on the trail where no one could see him. Now, what was interesting about that statement is this is the first time, today's statement, it was the first time that we heard about a van. And so what happened after we heard from Dr. Wallace state this, we then had a new witness come on the stand today, and his name was Brad Weber. Brad Weber states that he was coming home from work at that time. What did he drive? A white van. So we're learning that there may have been a van, and this was a part of the crime, or this was a witness that nobody had heard of and that nobody knew, that was written in this testimony. I think they're really going to try to emphasize that there was a white van driving by that Richard Allen may have seen. Of course, that's the prosecution's theory. We'll see if the jury takes that. One thing that's interesting is I was sitting next to a woman, public, that was there just as someone that was public and local. And I asked her, I said, what are you thinking? Because there's certainly a lot of theories out there, and not everyone is sold. Some people think Richard Allen is innocent. Some people think he is guilty. And I said, where are you after hearing all of these interviews? And she said, I think that this van, for me, she goes, it just sealed it for me. Oddly, on the other side, I asked another woman to my left, and I said, what are you thinking? And she said, I'm not sold until I hear audio. I just don't believe any of these confessions.
Yeah. Yeah. The audio, you can really tell a lot by somebody's inflection, how they sound, that type of thing. And you know what I think is interesting as well? The prosecution's going to point to the van and say that is a corroborating detail. We have a witness that nobody knew about who's saying, yeah, I was coming home in this van. And they're going to say Richard Allen, that's something only the killer would know. Also, the thing about the sticks, and you described the sticks to us the last time you were here as being these ginormous, huge sticks. And that they were huge and that he put them on them. Another thing that I thought was interesting in this testimony as well was the fact that he's admitting he has this, I guess he has, or Dr. Wallace said he has major depressive disorder. He has anxiety. He talks about the fact that he had alcohol before he went out on the trail, which can loosen your inhibitions. I don't know if that'll be a piece of this or not, but he also said, apparently he revealed to her that he had been the victim of molestation and he had molested, I think, a sibling. So that's kind of an interesting piece of this puzzle as well.
Yes, he has now mentioned he says what he calls a sex addiction, that he believes he has one of those, that it happened when he was younger. He gave many reasons why he believes it happened when he was younger, but he also referred to yes, being molested by a family member himself. He mentioned a babysitter when he was 11. He mentioned possibly being raped as a child, and then he mentioned himself molesting, as you point out, a sibling, and then apologized not just for killing Abby and Libby, but allegedly molesting other people. And he named about 3 other names that nobody knows who they are.
Okay. Now, there's also been testimony about Richard Allen doing things that were just kind of, really gross. I mean, he was drinking out of the toilet. He was eating his own feces. He was doing all of these things that the prison guards testified to. Dr. Walla, though, I think was also saying she thought he was feigning some symptoms of mental illness as well. So tell me a little bit about that.
Yes, that was a question they asked every corrections officer that came in and testified, whether they felt that it was real, that he was, if he was experiencing psychosis. They asked Dr. Walla that too. And really, all of them stated that at some point they felt that he was acting up a little bit, that he was feigning. Another word that we might know as a layperson is faking it, or trying to get attention. There were times actually, though, where she did diagnose him perhaps with some recurring psychosis, but many correction officers, as well as Dr. Wall, explained that, when you don't have a lot to do in the prison system and you want attention, that this is a way to get attention. What happens when you smear feces on your face? Well, you get to take a shower, right? You get someone called in, a mental health person. So there are reasons that a prisoner or an inmate, I should say, because an inmate there would possibly sort of exaggerate their symptoms. But of course, they also explained that he did have mental illness, and we learned that from Richard Allen himself in interrogation interviews that we saw yesterday. He explains from the very beginning, I have depression, I have anxiety. He came to the prison with these diagnoses, and so we know that he is suffering. We also know that there was a time he was actually put into a facility years ago after the murder and before he was brought to the Westville Corrections Facility as well. So what's going on? We don't know. But clearly there seems to be mental illness, but also prison officials who believe that he also may be over exaggerating his symptoms.
Was there any talk about him finding God? Because we had heard that he found God and he wanted to make things right by confessing.
Yes, he had a Bible in his cell. He, before he went to prison, he actually said it in the interrogation video that he wasn't religious. Then he has extreme religiosity that actually Dr. Walla brought up, that he becomes very concerned with God, that he hopes to go to prison, that he's afraid he's not going to go to prison, that at one point, or heaven, excuse me, that he hopes to go to heaven. And at one point he's afraid he's not going to go to heaven. Another time he says that he wishes that, or hopes that he'll burn in hell. He deserves to. He says that he would kill himself, but he's too big of a coward, and is always sort of referencing God, finding peace, that he didn't know how to get rid of his anxiety or depression until prison. That's a point too, where he says, you know what, I've actually found peace here. Who knew? And that's after an alleged confession again. But Dr. Wallace stated that this newfound religious viewpoint of Richard Allen's is actually really important when it comes to the psychology of inmates. And it can be a reason that some people behind bars do confess.
Very interesting. Lauren Matthias, thank you so much.
Thanks, Anjanette.
And that's it for this episode of Crime Fix. I'm Anjanette Levy. Thanks so much for being with me. I'll see you.
All right. Onward.
You know, the thing with the Bible, he had called his wife, and he was like getting really upset at her because he didn't believe it was a Bible because it didn't say Bible. That's how
out of it.
He was. That's the paranoia part of his psychosis. You know, you don't sleep for 8 or 9 days, and your psychiatrist in the prison doesn't think it's a thing because she thinks you're faking.
Right. Yep.
Let me not sleep for 9 days.
Hell, 2 days. It's going to push somebody over the edge, in my opinion. So, let's see.
But then my thinking is, these are all the state's witnesses. Of course, they're all going to say he's faking.
Yeah, I agree with that. Definitely. I'm going to show a couple more of these, and then we're going to call it quits for tonight, and we'll be in part 2 of this tomorrow. It's going to take a few days to catch up on this, but no, I agree with you, Tomboy. That does make a lot of sense. It truly does. I think Mikey does too, because he said, "Yes, Tomboy. Are you still with us, Mom, or did I put you to sleep?" Uh-oh. I think I might have put her to sleep. Oh, boy. Yeah, I agree with Robert. 2 or 3 days would make you get a little out there, in my opinion. I agree.
Libby German and key testimony about Libby's cell phone. Thanks for inviting us in. This is our DELPHI debrief on WTHR+. In a moment, our legal analyst, Katie Jackson-Lindsay, will be breaking down the developments for you. But first, senior investigative reporter Bob Siegel and Emily Longnecker spent today in court in Delphi. Bob and Emily, this was a really intense day all the way around, wasn't it?
It was, Scott, and we had another literal front row seat to be able to take in the testimony today. And Emily, this was a tense, it was an emotional, it was a fascinating day of court today, day 5.
Yeah, I would say you listened to more emotional testimony in the morning. I was hearing more of the technical testimony about the cell phone extraction from Libby's phone. Yeah, very different types. We heard from witnesses today, and we heard really 3 very different types of testimony today, and we want to bring you up to speed on what it is that the jury heard. So let's give you a quick overview of that. Jurors saw very graphic photos as we learned details of the victims' autopsies today. We also got new details about data collected from Libby German's cell phone and a tense courtroom confrontation between a witness and the defense team. Let's begin with the autopsies. The coroner who performed those autopsies the day after Abby and Libby were murdered showed jurors the actual wounds that the girls had. The photos showed one large gaping hole on the side of Abby's neck that severed her jugular vein. Libby had 3 large deep holes that severed both her jugular and 2 carotid arteries. Dr. Roland Kaur explained.
That's why I struggle with the box cutter, because that right there. Oh, Mom's still here. Okay, good. That right there, knowing that, hearing that it severed all those arteries with the box cutter, I struggle with. That's very hard to do, you guys. Unless you have a really good sized blade that's very sharp. Okay. So again, just think about that.
Well, at first he says he doesn't know how it happened. What was used.
Right. Yep. That's the big part of it. Like she said before, the first testimony from him was that I don't know what was used. I don't know what could have done this. And I know from my own experiences in this, to get through those arteries, it's not just like cutting into butter, folks. Not to be gross, okay? But to get through with the box cutter, I just don't see it happening. I don't see it going deep enough. I don't see it being strong enough to break through, okay? Unless you are really like bare blade, it just doesn't make sense. So I struggle with that. Knowing that those arteries were cut through on both the victims says a lot to me. It just does. And like Tom Boyd said now, his actual first testimony was, I have no idea what was used, until he spoke to prosecution. All of a sudden, oh, wait, I think it was this. Something's not right with that, in my opinion. So go ahead. Oh, I thought somebody said something. Sorry, guys.
That would result in tremendous blood loss, a drop in blood pressure and heart rate, eventually leading to a loss of consciousness, with the girls dying he estimated, within 5 to 10 minutes. He told jurors that he could not be exact as far as a time of death, but he said that the bodies looked consistent during the autopsies with victims who would have died the afternoon before, and that is certainly the timeline of what the state says happened in this case. Other things that we discovered during the autopsy today, Dr. Kaur told jurors there were no outward signs of sexual assault on either of the girls, no signs of defensive wounds to suggest that there was a struggle. He did note during the autopsy very faint lines across Abby's face, and he said that that could suggest that something might have been placed over her mouth, perhaps duct tape, but he was quick to point out there was no residue of duct tape or anything else. So he wasn't really sure about that, but he did point out some lines there. Dr. Kaur said some of the abrasions on Libby's neck could be consistent with the slide on the side of a box cutter that engages the blade. But during cross-examination, he admitted that he did not know if a box cutter was what caused the girls' fatal injuries. And
see, there it is again. This is so all over the place. Are you talking about bagoogers again? I'd love to know where you came up with that word, Mom. Still never heard that in my life until she said it, and I think it's hilarious.
So bagoogers came from a night of party flavors, if you will. The car wouldn't start, so we walked to Minute Mart.
Gotcha.
And we may or not have been astronauts that night. We were way off in space, to put it YouTube family friendly.
Gotcha.
And it was in my hometown, and I live in, well, I don't live there now, but it is a very small town, much like Delphi, and there's a lot of country and a lot of weird friggin' people. And when we were walking, it was like 2:00 in the morning, and we walked past this little area that they were redoing, and the people that used to live there were like the eyes have hills type people, and I'm not even kidding. And when we walked back through it after we'd went and got cigarettes and stuff at the Minute Mart, I saw something in the woods, and it was coming at us, and I said, "It's a bagooger."
I love it. I still remember the first night that I heard that. I about shit myself laughing. It was too funny to me.
I need to see Mom on camera when she does that.
I would love to see her being an astronaut. I think it would be absolutely hilarious.
No, not that. Just her facial. I can imagine her facial expressions right now when she's saying, "It's bagoogers."
Oh, I've seen that. I've seen that. Funny. Definitely funny. The whole Hills Have Eyes thing is an amazing reference. I love it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm not being ugly or out of pocket, but that's like, and I don't want to use their last name because somebody might be from that area, and I don't want to be disrespectful, but they were very strange people. They never had running water. They were just, they didn't go to school with us, like, but you knew them. You knew who they were. It was a really old family, and I come from an old family, so you knew who they were, and you knew, like, we were told, you don't play down there, you don't go down there, you don't go anywhere near there. You know,
Not unless you want to stay for dinner and become dinner, right?
exactly. You know, that was kind of, you know, that's how we were raised, was like,
Yeah, I get it.
just,
We had a
you
family
don't go
like
down there. So like that property, even after they sold it and were redeveloping it, it like still gave me the creeps. And hell, I was grown when this happened. But it's just like, you know, from my whole life growing up, you just didn't go down there. You didn't go over there. You didn't, if your ball flew over there on that side, that
It stayed
ball
there.
was in ball hell at that point because you didn't go get it.
Nope, I get it. I get it. Yeah, we had a
You're going, what is she talking about? And then I remember where she's from. Never
yeah.
mind.
Yes, I
I'm from
remember.
the country. I'm from the boondocks.
We had a family like that too. They were interesting. I'll just put it that way. The whole family. I think between, and there's nothing wrong with teeth because I'm missing some of myself, folks. But I think there was like 7 of them that lived in this one house, and I think between all 7 they had 3 teeth. So, yeah, the Whitakers make the family I'm talking about look like the royal family, Mike. Just saying.
Yeah, the same. The Whitakers are the other side. I'm from Western Kentucky.
Right. Yeah, the people I'm talking about make the Whitakers look like the royal family, bro. Just saying, these people were scary. I mean, just scary. And they looked at everybody the same way. They all had the same damn look on their face too. Every one of them. So it was kind of like, you look pretty tasty, you know, and we would just walk completely away from that area when we had to go in that area. It's crazy. So they do exist. Them peoples is out there. But the Bagoogers, I love it. Love it. All right. Sorry to interrupt.
He also said that he could not determine whether there was one sharp instrument or multiple sharp instruments that caused these really graphic wounds. And I've got to tell you, the pictures, they were brutal. They were just brutal to look at in court today. I was sitting right by the jurors, and the juror seated in seat number 6, he barely looked at these photos at all when they were up on the big screen that is inside the courtroom. He really put his head down in his hands like this. His face got bright red. He couldn't bring himself to look at the photos for more.
See, I think that's interesting too, because it's stated before that it's believed that there were multiple people here at that scene at some point. And if there's multiple different types of stab wounds or slash wounds or whatever the hell they are, multiple weapons possibly, that explains multiple people too, in my opinion. So that's just one more little thing to keep in mind. Just saying.
More than just a quick second or two, he'd glance up and he very quickly would look back down again. This was tough.
I think this is the juror that has consistently done that when we have seen these photos, although many of them have expressed difficulty, but I think he is the one that I note the most.
He's the one who has struggled the most, and we do know from jury selection, he works around kids. He's a transportation supervisor, and he works around kids, and you can just tell this is just gut-wrenching. And some of the jurors are able to stay composed with a stone face, and I can't blame them. I mean, I found myself turning away at times too. And the whole idea here is, this is important evidence. The jurors need to understand what happened and the injuries, how all this played out. But extremely difficult pictures and images for the jury, Scott, to see in the courtroom today.
We're going to get back to you shortly. Our legal expert is in studio with me tonight. This is attorney Katie Jackson Lindsay. She's with us every night. So what is the importance of showing these autopsy images to this jury?
Well, it goes back to the fact that the state has certain elements they have to prove as it relates to murder. So they have to prove that this was a murder, it was a killing. And so manner and cause of death is really important to that analysis and to proving that element.
And what else might the jurors get from hearing from the pathologist?
So they will also learn the nature of the injuries, the extent of the injuries, and the effect that those injuries would have had on each of the girls. There's been some issues raised through defense questioning about whether the jury should be considering whether they fought back, if there were defensive wounds, if they may have screamed out and others may have heard that. We can see the defense building that storyline, right? So it's important to hear from the pathologist how they would have been affected by these injuries, how quickly they would have sort of succumbed to these injuries, and the overall effect it would have had on their body and their ability to fight back or to scream out.
One other thing that we wanted to talk about, the defense team filed a motion today to admit evidence of Odinism, Norse paganism, ritualistic killing. So previously, as we've been reporting, the judge ruled this information could not be allowed in. But why does the defense think that this motion should be filed now? And do they actually have a chance to get the judge to, change her mind, basically, and allow this in?
Well, based on the reason they have given, the judge should at least consider it. So within our legal rules, there is this concept of opening the door. And what that means is if one party or the other makes a request that certain evidence be kept out, if the other party believes that they've now opened the door to that evidence, it's considered unfair for the offering party to not be able to talk about it. So what the defense has said in their motion is that, Judge, you have ruled that we cannot talk about this as a possible motive, this Odinism religious issue as a possible motive for this killing. But now an expert has taken the stand, or a witness has taken the stand and given a reason for the configuration of these sticks, a reason that we have evidence that supports that there's an alternative theory behind this. And so essentially the state has asked that we not talk about this at all, but they've opened the door to it by eliciting testimony that those sticks were put there in order to conceal the bodies, when we all know from the pretrial motions that were filed that there's a theory that those sticks were put there as some sort of religious representation.
How soon would you guess that we might hear a ruling from the judge on that particular motion?
Well, now that we're in trial, things are moving very quickly. And one thing they noted at the end of their motion was that part of why they're filing this now is because they have to make arrangements for their witnesses to come in. So they have an expert as it relates to the whole Odinism aspect of their defense. And they would presumably have to fly that person in and make arrangements for them. So what they've asked the court is to issue a ruling sooner rather than later.
But that would likely be what the defense brings in once the state rests their case, correct?
Yes, it would certainly call for their expert to come in at the point of their case in chief. However, you have to also remember that some of this potential Odinism testimony, they believe they should be able to cross the state's witnesses on.
Some of the witnesses and that kind of thing.
Exactly.
Yep.
So they need an opportunity to do that when the state's witnesses are on the stand.
Yeah, and the investigators, some of the investigators that have been
exactly. Yeah.
Let's get back to Emily Longnecker, who was also in court today, as cell phone evidence came into play. And Emily's in Delphi with Bob right now. So what were the key points from today's testimony?
Well, Scott, this was very dense technical data, really, about cell phone extraction, taking data off of Libby's cell phone. And we learned today that the first time that they did that, tried to get data off her cell phone, was on February 15th, a day after the girls' bodies were discovered. And that was done by a Sergeant Bunner. But technology changes, and cell phones software is updated. And so they have, over the past several years, done more cell phone extractions, one in 2019 and then one again in 2024 this year. And we actually heard from Indiana State Police Sergeant Christopher Cecil about those two extractions that he has done on the phone from 2019 and 2024. And he talked about the data that he extracted that talked about Libby's activities on the phone when she posted to Snapchat that day, taking a video of Abby. And he also analyzed the data that showed when the cell phone was moved. And investigators say the phone stopped moving, we learned, at 2:39 after an elevation change of 20 feet. And we know that the last text that came in to Libby's phone that day was at 4:06. And that was from her grandmother, Becky Patty. And the text said, "You need to call me now," with several exclamation points. Sergeant Cecil drilled in farther on this timeline. He created a timeline from this data extraction. And so we learned, essentially had a roadmap of what was going on that day, some of the posts that Libby was making from her phone. We heard at 1:43, Libby posted that selfie to Snapchat that shows her and Abby in the car on the way to the trail. Abby is in the back seat. If you remember, Libby is in a tie-dye t-shirt. Then at 2:05, Libby posts a Snapchat pic of just the Monon High Bridge, just the bridge itself. At 2:07, we learned that Libby's phone was unlocked by Libby with her fingerprints, and she posts a picture of Abby on the bridge on Snapchat. Now, interestingly enough, and this came up when Sergeant Cecil was cross-examined by the defense, he did not find that photo, that 2:07 p.m. photo. He did not find that on Libby's phone, and he did not find that in the Snapchat cache, the Snapchat storage, when he extracted this data. Then we know at 2:13, Libby records a 43-second video that shows Abby walking on the bridge and someone is behind her. Then at 2:14, we found out that her phone locked, and pretty quickly she tried to unlock it and was unsuccessful. Then we know at 2:39 that phone stopped moving again after that elevation drop of about 20 feet. Again, that Becky Patty text comes into Libby's phone at 4:06 saying, you need to call me now. And then at 10 p.m., Sergeant Cecil testifies that the phone kind of went into a power saver mode, a hibernation mode, if you will, to preserve what battery was left, but that the phone continued to receive FaceTime calls coming in and iPhone iPhone messages from other iPhones coming in, texts. And then at 4:33 a.m., we learned that 15 SMS texts came into that phone at 4:33 a.m. And Sergeant Cecil couldn't explain why. After all of that time, all of a sudden, 4:33 a.m., boom, 15 SMS texts came in. He was asked, could it be possibly because the phone then just connected to a cell tower? And he said yes. And then we know that the phone powered down at 4:34 a.m. We also heard about the movement of the cell phone, the actual movement that they can tell now when they analyze data from a health app. And so at 1:31, that phone started moving, Bob, about what, 1,600 steps,
It
they
was
said.
fascinating
Yeah,
because they walked us through and we could see how many steps that Libby took.
Yes.
She was the one who
Holding the
had
phone,
at the
presumably,
time.
right.
And you could see it's amazing now with this
But they can tell.
technology. And here's the interesting thing is they say that years ago, back in 2017, when they first did the data analysis on these phones, they were not aware
Right.
that this type of technology was even on the phones. They said most people had no idea that there was something called Knowledge C. We're getting really technical
Right.
now. Was this thing that is tracking information on our phones.
Right.
And even investigators didn't know about it back
Right.
then. They learned about it a couple of years later. And then that's when they started doing more
Yes.
extractions on
Yes.
the phones as recently as this year.
Right.
And each time they did an extraction, the first few extra times they did it, they didn't get more information. But
Right.
this year, with more and more updates to this technology,
Yes.
they were able to find out the steps,
Yes.
how many steps the girls took, the elevation changes going up or down.
Right.
Fascinating information that came out in court today.
Yeah, I mean, we know that the phone stopped moving at 2:08 and then started moving again, stopped moving again at 2:18, started moving again 2:25, stops and starts moving at 2:32, and then at 2:39 stops moving completely right after an elevation change of 20 feet, but they couldn't say elevation change up or down.
And one of the questions that you alluded to
Right.
that came at that point, from that moment at 2:39, when the phone stops moving, and there's some text that came in at that point,
Right.
until early the next morning.
Right.
At one point in the evening, around 10 o'clock at night, investigators originally, when they put their reports together,
They thought it shut off.
they thought that the phone had shut down,
Right.
that it was no longer working, that the battery had run out.
Right.
They then revised that report because they later found out
They
that
extracted more technology.
all of these texts started flowing in the next morning.
Right.
And the question was asked to the investigator, explain the lapse in this time, why there was nothing on the phone during that time. And his answer was,
I can't.
he said, I don't know.
I don't know. I can't. He was also asked in cross-examination if an app tracking movement would have picked up any movement of the phone if it had been in a car. And he said it might pick up if a speed bump was hit. That's when you might know. But that basically, when a phone is in a car, you don't know. It doesn't necessarily track that unless you hit a bump. So we heard about that. We also heard for the first time about extractions taken from Richard Allen's devices in November 2022, about a month after he was arrested. They analyzed 26 devices belonging to Richard Allen. And the testimony was, when Sergeant Cecil was questioned by the defense, did you find any information on Richard Allen's 26 devices connecting him to Abby and Libby? He said no. Did you find any information connecting him to the murders? He said no. And then when the prosecution redirected, they asked, okay, but of those 26 devices, was one of them Richard Allen's cell phone from 2017? And no, it was not. So we found out that too.
And Emily, we should point out that this testimony, really, they said ahead of time, this was going to be really dense. They kept using the word dense for the testimony that the jury was going to hear. And it came at the end, keep in mind, of a very long day of testimony involving these really graphic autopsy photos. And yet, Emily, the jury was absolutely captivated by this technical information with these phones.
They did. They had more than 10 questions, and really good questions. They asked about that pic at 2:07 posted by Libby to Snapchat. They asked why was that photo? Why couldn't you find that on her phone when it was extracted? Why wasn't it in the Snapchat storage, the Snapchat cache? Sergeant Cecil could not answer that. They asked, could that 2:07 photo showing Abby on the bridge, could it have been posted from another device after logging in to Libby's Snapchat account? And Sergeant Cecil said, yeah, possibly. So he really could not explain.
Oh, wow. That's interesting. Did you hear that, you guys? That could that bridge photo have been posted from another device if it had been somebody that logged into the Snapchat account and they said possibly.
Mm-hmm.
That's really interesting to me. I think that was brought up a long time ago by somebody. I can't remember who, but that's quite interesting. You could force somebody to give you their info to their account and log into it. And you know who would know about that stuff is somebody that's kind of younger too. That's really interesting to me. I never thought of that.
Why that photo was not on that device in all of the extractions that they have done, that 207 photo. So the jury had a lot of questions that made me wonder, and all of their bios. That jury, a tech head, did they have some kind of deeper knowledge, because the questions, many of them were so precise.
Yeah. So Scott, again, the jury has really been, give them a lot of credit. They've been taking notes. They have been really paying very close attention. We mentioned the one juror who had to look away during the really graphic photos, but almost without exception, these jurors have been asking questions, sending questions to the judge to be able to ask the witnesses. They've been paying very close attention to the testimony. They are very much engaged in this whole process, Scott.
All right. Thanks so much, Bob and Emily. We'll get back to you in a second. Let's bring Katie back in and talk a little bit about the cell phone testimony. Lots of technical information. The jurors seem engaged. What do you make based on seeing the timeline and the extraction information that was pulled from Libby's phone?
Well, it sounds like it was very intriguing testimony. And it honestly sounds like it raised more questions than it gave answers.
Exactly, SRB. That's very interesting to me. Very, very interesting.
So you also have to keep in mind that it was an iPhone. So with an iPhone, if you have an iPhone or a Samsung, even back then, all you had to do was put the back of the phones together and pull information over to the other phone before AirDrop. It was data share.
Can you log into somebody else's Snapchat account like that?
It pulls all your information over. You can allow it to pull the information over. You choose, even think about it back then. I'm trying to think of what the phone was that I had. It was a 9.
I remember.
It was a Samsung something 9. Now I don't remember what the hell kind of phone it was. But you could take my phone and lay it down and put Minnie's phone. I wish I could remember what the damn model on that phone was.
I know.
But anyway, you could put the back of the phones together, and it would come up on the screen. Do you want to share photos? Do you want to share, and you would just zap it over, just like if anybody's ever had Cricket way back in the day.
Yes.
That Cricket had the machine that sat on their counter, and for $30, they would put your phone in that machine, and they could zap it to whatever so the technology's been there for years.
Right.
It was just buried under.
Nobody knew about it, right? No, 100%. Hey, Mecky, good to see you here tonight, hon. Says the defense has that original photo. This is interesting. Has that original photo. They introduced it into evidence. Mecky says, in her opinion, defense found something in the extractions. I wondered about that too, Mecky. That's a great point.
But the question is, would Judge go? Are they going to be allowed to show it? Probably not.
Probably not. No, of course not, because she doesn't seem to. Don't get me started on her, because I'll go off. That's quite interesting. I had always wondered if it was possible if somebody did log into the Snapchat accounts. And I'm thinking here, I don't imagine somebody like Richard Allen, BH, any of them people being able to log into a Snapchat account and know how to work Snapchat in that sense. Because, I mean, maybe they do, but I know I don't. In something like that, envision somebody of a younger stature doing something like that. And you know why or who I'm possibly talking about. And I'm going to show you why here in a minute when I show you this photograph of the extra sketches, folks. That a fourth one I've never seen before in my life. So that's interesting to me. And I got to wonder that, I got to wonder. That is very, very interesting to me. So sorry again to interrupt.
And having worked on both sides of the aisle, having been a deputy prosecutor, having been a defense attorney. That's really a prosecutor's worst nightmare. But it's also their job. Their job is to put on all of the evidence, put on the truth, regardless of how ugly it may be for them. And I'm sure that they anticipated that this particular testimony would raise more questions than answers. And I'm assuming that they're hoping they'll be able to answer some of those questions down the line.
Does the timeline and some of the extraction information give you any idea of whether or not the phone and the bodies were moved out of that ground zero that we've talked about where the girls were?
Well, I think it definitely opens up that possibility because we have this information now that around 4:30, the phone went into what they thought was completely nothing, right? Nothing happened. And then it went into power save mode around 10 p.m. And so it makes you question where is all of the information in that time frame, obviously, and then where is all of the information in between the 10 p.m. and the 4:30 a.m. And so I think what Emily raised about the expert indicating that if the phone was in a vehicle, we would not know that. That's huge. That's huge. That's an unknown. And that is the epitome of reasonable doubt in terms of whether or not we know those bodies that their life ended right then and there versus at some other location.
And then again, the testimony about the multiple devices that Richard Allen had don't connect Richard Allen to the girls. But as they point out, his phone that he had in 2017 was not extracted, correct?
Right. So I think we have to just accept that evidence doesn't do anything for anyone, right? If it wasn't the phone that he had in 2017, the jury shouldn't charge that to the state and say, well, you presented evidence that those phones show that he, wasn't in that area. Well, those phones aren't even relevant at this point because it's not the phone that he had at the time. So I don't think that's something that the jury should be charging to the state in that instance. Obviously, it's something that the defense wants to highlight because it does say you can't put him there through any phone evidence.
Okay, we'll get back with Katie in a moment. Let's get back out to Delphi right now and bring Bob and Emily back in to talk about this confrontation that took place between a witness and attorneys over some questioning about, I presume we're talking about Bridge Guy, right? And what Bridge Guy was wearing according to the witness.
Yeah, Scott, we started the day with testimony from a local resident. Her name is Sarah Carbaugh. She said she...
Now, I heard about this. This is actually really kind of interesting, guys. Listen to this.
As local as it gets, she's lived around Delphi her whole life. She's incredibly familiar with the Delphi trails and the Monon High Bridge. She says she takes her dogs out there multiple times a week. And on the day of the murders, she was driving her car past the trails when she saw something that really sticks out in her mind. And her testimony was how our day started. And it was unusual testimony. She testified seeing Bridge Guy, and I'm sure you probably all remember the photo. We can show that to you. The man known as Bridge Guy, that's the person that Libby captured the image of on her cell phone on the day of the murders on the Monon High Bridge. Sarah Carbaugh told the jury that she drove just a few feet away from Bridge Guy later that same afternoon. She testified, she said, I saw a man covered in mud and blood walking on the side of the road. She told jurors she saw him for about 30 seconds. His behavior, she described it as sketchy. And she said that he really stood out because he was wearing a lot of clothes on what was a warm February day. And in her words, she said he was caked so much in mud, he had to be right down by the river. When it came time for cross-examination, defense attorney Andrew Baldwin pointed out that her story about Bridge Guy has changed over the years, specifically the part about the mud and the blood. He pointed out in her first interview after the murders, which took place a couple weeks after the murders, while talking to police, Carbaugh mentioned 11 times the man she saw was muddy, but she didn't mention blood at all. During a second interview, she talked 16 times about Bridge Guy being covered in mud, but again, the transcript from that interview has no mention of blood anywhere in that transcript during the interview. And then 2 years later, in 2019, during a third interview, the transcript shows she never mentioned Bridge Guy being muddy. Instead, she said he was bloody, something she talked about 16 times in that interview. Carbaugh denied all that, insisting that her story has never changed. And when the defense attorney asked if she wanted to review her transcript, she reviewed the first transcript and she admitted that even though she thought that maybe one time she mentioned that Bridge Guy was bloody, she looked through the transcript and she acknowledged, okay, I don't see it anywhere in here. And then she insisted, again, second and third interviews, nothing changed, that she reported muddy and bloody. And when Andrew Baldwin, the defense attorney, said, all right, let me show you these transcripts. Would you like to review the transcripts from your second and your third interviews with police? She said, nope, I'm good. she really at that point got very defensive. And that started this series of really tense exchanges. And I wrote down notes on a couple of them. When Andrew Baldwin continued.
That is something that I've always contested too. Bridge guy, from what I have figured out via research and stuff, is a lot taller than Richard Allen. That's what my struggle was with that too. A lot taller. Okay. Quite a few inches, folks. That's something that I've had an issue with too for a long time. So again, there's one of them little things again. Good point, Robert.
Continued to bring up this inconsistency that he said in her stories. She looked at him and she said, "Are we going to do this again?" And he looked right back at her and he said, yes, we are. And he continued with that line of questioning. And I think it really highlighted for the jury the potential that her story had changed. Carba at one point, in talking about these inconsistencies, she said, "I saw a bridge guy walking on the side of the road covered in mud and blood, and that's that." Again, a testy exchange. She didn't want to be questioned anymore about what were potential inconsistencies. And at one point, there was an exchange between Andrew Baldwin and Sarah Carba. She was asked by the jury how far away she was from Bridge Guy when she drove by. Right. And her response was she was 3 feet away. Well, when it came time for some cross-examination on that, Andrew Baldwin said, "Wait a second, when you talked to police, you said that you were 20 feet away. And her response was, "Well, I didn't have a ruler or a tape measure with me." Who does that when they're driving? It was very tense. And
now that's something I have an issue with. 3 foot away from somebody driving past. I mean, if they're on the side of the road, yes, but 20 foot to 3 foot is a hell of a difference, guys. That's a big change. Like, that's something that can't be accepted in my opinion, but just saying. That's kind of crazy. Barbara says Bridge Guy had taller shoes on. I believe it's him, just in my opinion. I agree. That's understandable, Barbara. Completely, absolutely understandable.
And I think, quite honestly, I think her demeanor, I think the questions that Andrew Baldwin was asking on behalf of the defense, they seemed like legitimate questions. And the way she responded, I don't think struck a good note with the jury.
And just in speaking with Bob today, talking about the exchange where she had said he looked like he had fallen down a cliff at one point, that he was so, muddy and tore up. And Andrew Baldwin asked her, "Well, did you think to stop to help him? Did you think to stop to help him?" She said, I'm a female by myself. Yeah. I'm not going to stop to help a random guy.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. And Scott, I'm really interested, a question to pass along to Katie here. With this witness, and again, there were 3 other witnesses earlier in the week, and they all testified that they saw Bridge Guy. And state police and the prosecutor insist Bridge Guy is the defendant, is Richard Allen. So you had 3 people in the courtroom, now 4 with Sarah Carba, 4 people who say on the afternoon of these murders, they saw Bridge Guy, and yet at the defense table, just a few feet in front of all these witnesses, is the man that the state says is Bridge Guy. And yet, not once have we ever heard the prosecutors ask those witnesses, is the man sitting right there, is that Bridge Guy? And I'm curious to get Katie's take, Scott, about, is that good legal strategy? Because I'm wondering if the jury has the same questions that I do, why they wouldn't be doing that.
Yeah, that is a really good point. So let's ask Katie that. Why wouldn't you ask these witnesses, "Hey, is the guy that you saw that day, Richard Allen, sitting right here?" Why wouldn't you ask that?
As a trial lawyer, one of the first things you learn in law school is you do not ask a question that you do not know the answer to. And what we've learned about this last witness in particular is that she was really unpredictable. She was really what trial attorneys would consider a wild card as a witness, and her credibility was at issue. So it could be for the state that they're not really sure how she would answer it. It could be because she's answered that question in different ways before. But from a true legal technical standpoint, it could be that the defense could raise the argument that any identification that she would make at this point would be suggestive because Richard Allen's face has been plastered all over the media. And so it's hard to tell which of those it is, but it's important to highlight that neither side asked that question. And both sides would have done pretrial discovery to the extent that they should know what her answer should be at this point. And the fact that both sides stayed away from that question, I think is pretty curious, and it has to be a part of strategy.
Well, it would make sense that if the defense thinks that the witnesses are going to say, "Yeah, that was Richard Allen," they wouldn't ask. But if they thought that, "Oh no, they're going to point to someone else," why wouldn't the defense jump in and ask?
Well, that's exactly why I go back to this witness is a wild card. She is any party's worst nightmare. She has given inconsistent statements about something that's so important as a muddy and bloody guy on the bridge that day.
Right.
And so if you just pay attention to the sheer amount of time that was spent with her, the state treated her in a way that it was clear that they wanted to get the information they needed, get her on the stand, and get her out of there. And I think that says a lot about a witness who has information that's so significant to this trial in terms of seeing a bloody guy out there that day. And it appears that the defense tried to do that too, but she was willing to spar with them a little bit. And you never want that to happen as a defense attorney. You don't want the jury to think you're beating up on a witness, especially a local civilian who's just here to tell her truth. So with that kind of witness, you have to be very careful. And if they're unpredictable in what they might say, or if she's given inconsistent testimony as to whether or not that person looks like Richard Allen, it's safer for either side just to not deal with it.
Okay, so that rules out this witness that we're talking about. What about the other three?
That's a great question.
Why not ask these three? Hey, is the guy that you saw on the trail that day the defendant, Richard Allen?
Well, what we know is that the state should have been the party to ask that specific question, right? It's the state's burden to prove in those elements we keep going back to in terms of proving murder. They have to prove that Richard Allen, the defendant, committed these crimes. And so the onus would have been on the state to prove identity at that moment and make an in-court identification. And so the defense
See, that's interesting to me that they didn't. If they're so sure, if prosecution is so sure that Richard Allen is bridge guy, why wouldn't you ask that question to those other three witnesses, or any witness for that matter? I think that would lock it down for you. If you are a witness to this and you're positive that this is the guy, you should be comfortable in every aspect to say, hey, do you see the bridge guy in this courtroom anywhere, and point him out, please? And they won't do that. That tells me they're not sure of it. That's my opinion, of course, but that's how I feel about it.
The prosecution might be sure of it, but I don't think their witnesses are.
Well, and that's what I mean. Like, I think that the prosecution knows that their witnesses are not sure of it, and that's why they're not asking him. You know what I mean? That's what I'm trying to say. Could a guy his size drink a 6-pack and legally drive even 3? Probably. It depends on how much he drinks on a regular basis, Demon. You know what I mean? That's good point, Mecky. That's what I'm saying right there. That's absolutely true. That's a good point. Very good point.
handle that exactly the way that they should. They raise questions about the build, the height, the weight, the hair of each of those individuals, the age, and they really highlighted that it was inconsistent with Richard Allen. And so that gives them an opportunity to follow up later on that without having to have the witness explain why they couldn't answer whether it was Richard Allen or run the risk of them saying, yes, in fact, now I think it was.
Yeah, so we are 5 days through this Delphi murders trial. It has been so interesting. We're going to be here every night breaking this down, 10 o'clock right here on WTHR Plus. You can also find our ongoing coverage, including detailed reports of each day of the trial. Just go to WTHR.com/Delphi. Thanks for joining us.
All right, guys, that's going to do it for tonight. We'll be back here tomorrow night to cover some more of this. I'm sticking with this group of people and Andrea as well, and a couple other groups of people to break this down for us, because I really enjoy this group here that we just watched. Alicia said, I personally think it depends on the person and their tolerance. Yes. My husband is 6'2" and probably close to 250, but he hasn't drank in years. He'd probably be drunk on one beer. And that's what I was saying. That's exactly what I mean by that. It depends on how often they drink, how much they drink, what they drink. You know, somebody that drinks on a weekly basis, that drinks every other day or every couple of days, could drink 3 beers and not be affected at all. Somebody like me that hasn't drank an ounce of alcohol in 6 years could drink 1 beer and get one hell of a buzz. So, just saying. That's another good point. Bobby says, what CVS pharmacist drinks beer during your lunch break? That's another good point too. Go ahead, Tomboy. Sorry, hon.
He wasn't at work that day. He was off.
Yeah, he was off. He was off that day.
Bob Mata and Andrea Burkhart. Kathy Allen gave up some of her family seats for them to sit because they don't have press credentials.
Yeah.
So they don't get to be in the special section.
Right.
So Bob was with her first, and then he had talked to Kathy about Andrea, and now she's in her section too. So a lot of it is so they can see better and hear better, because the prosecution is telling these witnesses, don't pull the mic up to you so we can hear you.
Really?
And everybody was like, well, why are they doing that? And Andrea said it's because the prosecution said that it messes with the court reporter.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, oh, okay.
That's kind of dumb.
Like, she was saying that one witness actually pulled the mic up to them, and Nick McClelland got mad.
Do they not want them to be heard clearly? Is that why?
Well, I think they want to mess up the court reporter. That's just my opinion.
That's interesting. That's pretty wild to me. It makes sense, though. Yet Mike says, I heard that they're really hard to hear. I mean, that could make some sense. Depending on how the audio sounds, yeah, it could screw up because those headphones that the reporters wear, they might be getting the audio really bad through those headphones. So, yeah, that makes some sense.
They said, and there's no speaker system. It's kind of like the speakers that are just coming out of the computer. That's all they get to hear.
Oh, they don't wear headphones for it?
No. Or I don't know about the court reporter. I'm just saying the rest of the courtroom.
Oh, yeah. Got you. Okay. That makes sense. I would think, the court reporters should have headphones on so there's no background noise or anything. They're just picking up what's being stated in the testimony, and that should keep it clear, but still.
You would think, but again, this is Judge Gold. Who knows?
That's no lie. That is no lie. Yes, Mikey, it definitely does. So, yeah, guys, we will. Mecky said, wow, or no, I'm sorry, wrong one. Where'd it go? I have no idea if this guy did or did not. At this point, it doesn't matter. He is getting shafted, and he has been getting shafted in a lot of ways, I believe. At least his rights have been being trashed. Okay. Richard Allen is 5. He's between 5'4". Yeah, I thought that was it. I think personally the bridge guy is about 6 foot tall. Okay.
The original poster and stuff that they put out, they were saying the guy was anywhere between 5'6" and 5'10".
I thought it was 5'10" and 6 foot tall. Maybe I'm wrong. I probably am. But again, Richard Allen is very short, folks. He doesn't match the bridge guy to me, in my opinion. So I don't know. That's just me. That's what I thought too, Robert. He's at least 5'10" at the very least, and Richard Allen ain't nowhere near 5'10". So I have problems with that too.
Brad Weber is 5'10".
So is somebody else that I know that has that same first name. So, I believe it. I hear you whispering. Yes, I know. I know, guys. There's some people that need to be looked at a lot closer that haven't been looked at all, in my opinion, at least.
Oh, you heard what Rosie did to Brad Weber when he was on the stand?
No, I didn't.
He served him a subpoena.
Oh, did he really?
Yeah.
And what happened?
Well, I don't know. I'm there. Everybody's thinking that he may have been hiding to get served. He's been avoiding being served.
Oh, gotcha. So now that he's on stand, you can't hide from it. Okay. Yeah.
Right.
Absolutely. That's what I was saying, Mikey. They definitely look a lot longer than the 30-inch. They even look longer than like 29 to 30 inch. If you're 5'4", that's going to be your length on your jeans. Say your waist is 38, 30, 29, 30 is going to be the length on those. They're a lot longer than that, in my opinion. Sorry. Just saying.
Well, I can't go with that because I'm only 5'5", but my inseam is 36. Yeah, I have long legs. Don't ask.
I don't know. That's wild to me. There's just no way in hell, guys, when I look at that bridge guy, that I can say that he's 5'4". It just doesn't make sense to me. He's got to be close. I can't say that he's any shorter than 5'10". That's my opinion. And I can't remember what podcast we watched or something that we watched in here months and months and months ago, where they said that they did some kind of measurement with the railroad ties, blah, 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 and detracted this, did that, added this, minus that, subtracted, multiplied, and threw space dust on something, and it equaled out to be that he was anywhere between 5'10" and 6 foot tall. I don't know how true that is, but it was something I remember watching. So I do not believe that that is Richard Allen on there. There's two other people that I would say that it is. Three other people, I'm sorry, that it could be. And I'm not going to say it right now. I said it once before, and I'm not going to go into it right now because there's a couple reasons why, but I do truly believe that that is not Richard Allen on the bridge. And let me ask this question. Even if it was him or whoever it is, who's to even say that the person that we see on the bridge is the one that committed the crime? Is there any infinite proof that that person is the one that committed the crime? Could he have been with the people that committed the crime? Of course.
SRB who? Weber? Weber said he got home around 2:30-ish.
Mm-hmm.
He went to pick up a trailer before he got home, is what's been said.
They changed that 3:30 thing to 2:30 SRB.
Yeah, the week prior they said he went to get the trailer. Now it has something to do with an ATM.
Right.
And if he was at work, it would show him clocking in and out at work.
They said he left work at roughly, I think it was 2:06 p.m.
2:02.
2:02, sorry. And said he would have been, based on that timeline, should have been in that region, that area between 2:27 and 2:30.
Yeah, it takes 20 to 25 minutes to get to his house from Lafayette.
Mm-hmm. And they saw him clock out or leave at 2:02, I guess. And so with that being said, him getting in his vehicle, if he went straight home based on the time allotment that it is, they would have been 2:27 to 2:30. He'd have been in that area. So initially, that whole 3:30 thing is an hour off. So, hey, Stitches, good to see you. Sorry about the notification thing. Oh yeah, that's a whole hour. That's a whole hour. That changes. And I'm sorry, but an hour makes a huge difference to me. So, shut up, Mikey. It's a big deal to me. It really is. And I agree with Tomboy with some things with this Weber guy. I really do. So, again, guys, we'll be back here tomorrow. There's so much more that we're going to go through. We just scratched the top today. I just kind of wanted to give everybody the whole who is Richard Allen thing first, and then this other coverage. Little by little, we're going to do this and catch up with it completely, but we will be catching up with it. So I hope you guys enjoyed it. I hope you got something out of it. If there's anything that you didn't like, please let me know. And don't forget to turn your clocks back an hour and gain that hour of sleep tonight, folks, because that is very important to some of us. I really appreciate you guys joining us tonight. Make sure that you let everybody know we're doing this for tomorrow night if you want to. I hope to see you guys tomorrow morning on the morning show. Yeah.
I didn't get to sleep in this morning. They had me up at 7 a.m. to go grocery shopping. Who does that?
Who goes grocery shopping that early in the morning?
Exactly. Who does that?
Not I. Not I. Maybe they wanted to beat the crowds.
It's a rinky-dink grocery store in the middle of nowhere. Where's going to be the crowds?
I get it. I get it. Extra hour doesn't exist. I agree. I get it, Alicia. Thank you, SRB. Again, I hope you guys enjoyed this tonight. I hope it gave you some insight into stuff, and there's so much more to come. I'm glad that we're finally able to delve into this finally. It's been driving me nuts. I've been wanting to get on this so bad. And I'm enjoying it quite a bit. I'm glad there's things I'm learning with this. I've learned quite a bit tonight that I had no clue about, that I didn't quite understand either. So, and I appreciate your input as well, Tomboy, since you've been so involved in it. Hopefully you'll be able to be here tomorrow and join us again. Mom, as always,
Did you show that other picture?
Oh, no. Wait, guys. Don't go nowhere yet. That's right. Thank you for reminding me. And I got another picture Molly sent over after this too. So,
hi guys, welcome to my channel.
oh, hold on. So these are the other sketches, and this kind of blew me away. The 2 sketches I've showed you guys for months. Okay. But I can't believe I'm pulling this up. I can't stand this creator. Sorry, guys. These 2
Those have been out there. Those have all been out there.
I've never seen this one before, ever.
I have.
Never.
I've seen it on Twitter.
That may be why. But this says sketch seen near bridge approximately at 8:30 a.m. This one was seen at approximately 1:26 p.m. This one was seen, this is Sarah's sketch at 3:57 p.m. Betsy's sketch was approximately 2 p.m. This one right here was kept out of the limelight for quite a while for whatever reason. I don't know. This is supposedly Richard Allen, and I can't put it together, guys. I just can't. Sorry. I think this sketch here kind of resembles this one a little bit in some sense. If you were to remove this mask and take the hood down, I think these 2 could be the same person. This, I never ever saw this guy up here before ever in my life. And I gotta wonder. I gotta wonder, because we did hear that there were 2 boys that were seen together at some point. Remember that? Is that these 2 here? Or these 2 here?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I definitely agree. The eyes and the nose match almost perfectly with these 2 right here.
This young one on the bottom, my daughter said that looks like somebody's boyfriend, but not the one that you're thinking.
I've heard that from other people too. I know what you're talking about. I know exactly what you're talking about. So this, I want to know who this is. I swear I could. This looks kind of familiar to me, but I don't know who this would be right out of the gate. But it reminds me of something. I can't think of what. Oh my God, I can't think. The eyes on this one remind me of somebody's picture that I looked at, and I can't think of who. I can't make this Richard Allen, you guys. I just can't. I tell you who I can make that, but I'm not going to say it right now again.
See, I don't think it's that guy. I think it's the new guy.
Up here?
No, the one with the hat on the bottom left.
This one here.
Yeah.
Just
a little more clean cut, but you're not. I mean, that picture looks like he has perfect complexion, and we all know nobody does.
Right. No, of course.
But if you think about it and go back and look at pictures, he doesn't look like the boyfriend's dad. He looks like the guy at the end of the trail.
See, I matched that up to another picture on one of our streams, and that to me reminded me of BH.
Yeah.
That's who that reminded me of, truly. And this looked like one of BH's kids in a picture I saw too. So I could be crazy. I'm just saying.
See, to me, Shelby said the younger kid looks like her sister's boyfriend.
Yeah. Somebody else. That's what I thought you meant. Somebody else said that to me too, which is an interesting theory as well, but you just don't know.
Well, I didn't know anything. I didn't really know what he looked like until I saw a thing on TikTok about him the other day, and I was like, oh crap, he does.
Yeah, he does have that resemblance for sure. I agree with you. For sure. Yes, I am crazy, Alicia. Most definitely. I didn't used to be until I became a YouTuber. I was normal once, you guys.
Where's Brandy? Can we ask? Can we vote on that?
She's sleeping. Sorry. Maybe tomorrow.
Well, we'll still
now
ask.
Dago's pulling defense mechanisms over there. She's sleeping. Can't ask her.
Going down. Don't avert eye contact. You might be lying.
Asleep. She's asleep. I hear her snoring. Time to go. Bye. Love you.
Yes, Robert Bell. I burned down Barnes on Twitter. I piss people off left and right with my opinions.
She burns down towns on Twitter, folks. Don't let her lie
Great,
to
I
you.
love it. Love it.
But anyway, I hope there was decent coverage for you guys tonight to get some insight into what's going on. And there'll be so much more tomorrow and the day after. I'm sure it's going to take us a few days to get all this caught up, but it's been killing me. I wanted to slap the shit out of Judge Gall when she said no cameras in this courtroom. I wanted to stream this trial so bad, and I knew she was going to make it a problem. I knew she was. She's been an asshole the entire time. Why stop now? So, it's been killing me that I can't. That's another reason why I didn't really want to watch it by myself, because I kind of wanted to do this with you guys and catch up with it. So it's driving me nuts. I know a lot of you guys are watching it, and I'm grateful for that because it helps to give insight into certain things that I might miss or might, not catch, but still.
I'm doing what I always do. I'm staying away from YouTubers. I'm staying away from YouTubers because you have ones that are pro-defense, pro-prosecution. They're all biased, and I don't want anything to do with any other channels, and that's no disrespect, and I love all of them dearly, but when it comes to this case, I want nothing to do with any of them. What I've been doing is watching the local news threads on Twitter and reading up on those and stuff that's coming out from locals and stuff, because the few channels on here that are covering it, they're either pro-defense or pro-prosecution, and I don't want to hear it. I don't want to be a part of it. And some of them I've met in person, and I don't want to be disrespectful in their chat. So
no, I understand completely.
In any
well,
welcome,
better late than never, Cassie.
I went into Jennifer's live last night because she had Mac on panel, and I've actually met Cheryl Mac McCollum, and I've had her on my channel and interviewed her, and I have nothing but respect for her. So it was really nice to watch a pro-defense and a pro-justice for the girls be on the same panel with such great backgrounds. It was really, really nice to be able to sit there and to listen to the professional side of it. And Cheryl has been in the courtroom too, so it was really nice to hear her feedback on the jurors and how the jurors are taking notes and how they seem to respond to certain things, and that they're asking questions and the jury questions. And I love the jury questions. You guys know, I mean, if you followed me during Leticia Stouch, love the jury questions. I think it should be done in every single courtroom.
I agree.
I think the jurors should be able to ask questions.
And I think the jury, I have watched news clips on this and stuff like that, little things here or there, but not the deep stuff. And I think the jury is very, very involved in this, and I'm glad to see that. They're not going to play with this, I don't think. And I think they're going to deliberate for a while too, because I think they're really focusing in on the things they need to, the things that they should. They're paying attention, and they're going to break this down like they should. And I think it's going to be good. So I'm hoping, at least. But yeah, I think the jury is doing a great job so far with this, the questioning, so on and so forth. And I hope to God that everybody's genuine that's there. So, anyway, thank you, Mom. Appreciate you very much.
Thank you for having me up. I told y'all in the beginning, my opinion is not the well-loved opinion by most people in the community that have followed this. So,
no, I respect it. I do. I don't know who did this yet. I do think, I don't know. Here's my thing with this. I don't know if he did it or didn't do it. I have doubts that he did it, but if anything, I think he has been ran through the mill with this. Okay. That's just my opinion. Now I hope that he's the one that did this for everything he has been through, and that the prosecution can prove it. But from what I'm understanding, the prosecution side of this has been very weak, folks. And if that's their case, I don't know. I don't know. And I agree with who said that if he's found innocent on this, I don't think there's going to be another investigation. It's going to go cold. There's never going to be an answer to this. Whoever did this is going to get away with it if it wasn't him. That's a problem for me. So I don't know. I don't know. I have a lot of things that have put doubt in my mind about Richard Allen. I'd like to believe he did this and that they're on the right path and that they're doing the right thing, but there were so many problems, like Mom said, in the very beginning where they dropped the ball. Well, that's a problem. Too many things are lost in translation at that point. Things were buried, things were ignored, things were forgotten. That's not how this type of a case is supposed to go, and that's the biggest problem with this whole thing, I think. So
No, I think the piss and match should have been put aside, and these girls should have been put first. And
of course,
that didn't happen. Just my opinion, it didn't happen.
no, it didn't at all. That's fact. So we shall see what comes from this. And like I said, guys, we will be here in the morning for the morning show, or I will be, at least for sure. I don't expect you to have to get up on a Sunday and join me, but if she chooses to, then I'll be lucky. And same with Arctic if he chooses to. But if not, then you'll see me in the morning for the morning show. Other than that, we will be right back to this tomorrow afternoon or evening, as long as my boss lets me do it. And if it's not tomorrow, by some chance, it'll be Monday for sure, because I'm not letting this go. I need to continue till I get through all of this, but I'm pretty sure it'll be tomorrow. Well, Cassie, you got to be around and pay attention, and you'll know a lot about it. Okay, Miss? Who are you guys talking about?
Cheryl Mac McCollum.
Oh, yeah.
Mac
she's
is
really
awesome. Like, I met her at CrimeCon, and Nancy had already left, and me and Mac stood there and talked, and she was just a phenomenal person, just absolutely phenomenal person. And then I ended up finding her on Twitter, and we messaged back and forth on Twitter, and like also, interacted on Twitter, and we really hit it off. Like, I really liked her a lot. Like, she is a very nice person. She's very sweet. She's extremely intelligent. And she actually came on my channel one night, and I did an interview with her on my channel, and it was phenomenal. I mean, me and her, like I said, we really hit it off. It was a great interview. I really enjoyed it, and we're both really passionate about Bonnie and Clyde. So the whole live kind of got railroaded, and me and her just like having a whole girl moment over Bonnie and Clyde, and like she has ties, and then like it was amazing, and I love her. I absolutely love her as a person.
Really? I didn't know you were that into that. My wife is Clyde Barrow's great niece.
Yeah, I know you were talking about that one night. Yeah, absolutely. Like, that's like, I'll tell you sometime off live why that I hate to say it, but I'm obsessed with them. Like, I always have been ever since I was a young kid. And like being able to go to that museum and walk around would be amazing. And like, I ended up getting to talk to Mac about the people that own the museum, and how I can kind of get my foot in the door to see some stuff that's maybe not out front,
Well, I might be able to get some pictures to show you, family pictures.
I would love that, because I mean, they're just I've anything that you can imagine. I've seen it on them. I have so much. I have a whole file of stuff that's just saved on just them, because it's a love story. It really is. I mean, as horrible as everything they did,
there's actually a lot more. There's a lot more to that story than they've ever put out in public. That's actually more of a love story than you would believe. So yeah.
And I mean, and what you see on like Netflix documentaries and stuff like that, that's not the story. Where you want to hear the story is from the locals and the family and people that have direct, and that just, I don't know. I really love Bonnie and Clyde, and I think like people are drawn together for different reasons. And me and her, we really had a great conversation about Bonnie and Clyde. So it kind of railroaded the whole investigation, knowledgeable live, but it was great. I enjoyed every moment of it.
I get it. Absolutely. Have a good night, SRB. Sorry to drag you in here for so long, and I know it's late. I appreciate you guys jumping in with me tonight very much. I enjoyed it so much. I miss doing this stuff. It's been a while since we were able to do one of these. But it's coming up to the next week. So, and once we're done with this and we get through this trial, we're jumping back into the Summer Wells case head first from the very beginning. So I hope you guys are down for that too. Again, Tomboy, thank you. Mom, thank you so much. It's wonderful to have you both here tonight, as always.
Thank you for having me
Yes, ma'am. Every time. It's always an honor for me.
All right, chat. Y'all make good choices, and I'm going to do my damnedest to be here for the morning show.
Okay. No problem, ma'am. No problem. Sergeant Smellgood, sir, thank you for joining us as well. Alicia, no worries, dear. Family first, as always. I was just teasing you, Cassie, by the way. You know that. But yeah, guys, have a great rest of your night. For those of you that I won't see tomorrow, I hope you have an amazing Sunday, an amazing rest of your weekend. Much love to all of you guys. Don't forget to love yourselves, love each other, and do not change a thing. You guys are absolutely amazing. God bless. Good night, and I will see you all very soon. Bye-bye.
Down the shadows, bringing wrongs to right. Digging deep in the data, facts sharp as a knife. With every single story, he's fighting for a life. A voice for the voiceless, he won't stay quiet. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. Till the shadows he rises, streaming loud and clear. Cracking cases open, hearts filled with fear. His channels are beacon in a world gone wrong. He guides us through the chaos, a soldier so strong. The clicks and the lights, they follow his lead. With every new case, he plants a new seed. Sharing their stories, giving hope where it fades. Daniel's a warrior through the trials he waits. In a world of silence, he shouts out their names. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. From the shadows he rises, streaming loud and clear. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. From the shadows and lawless, he won't let us fall. Bringing the truth out, answering the call. For every soul forgotten, he's here to stand tall. Tangle the genuine, he'll always give it his all. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness.